Hey everyone, welcome back to our podcast. Tonight we're diving into one of history's most ambitious engineering projects that ended in unthinkable tragedy. The story of the Titanic isn't just about a ship that sank, it's about human ambition, pushing the boundaries of what seemed possible, about brilliant minds creating something they believed was unsinkable, and about how a series of decisions on one cold April night led to disaster. So grab something warm, settle in, and let's journey back to 1907, when two men sat down for dinner and changed maritime history forever. Before we begin this story, take a moment to like the video if you're enjoying the content, and let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is where you are. It's always fascinating to see our community spread across the globe, sharing these stories together. Now, dim the lights, maybe put on some soft background noise, and let's step into the world of Edwardian shipbuilding, where dreams were measured in steel and rivets, and the impossible was just another engineering challenge waiting to be solved. In 1907, Joseph Bruce Ismay found himself in a precarious position. As chairman and managing director of the White Star Line, he had inherited more than just a shipping company from his father Thomas. He had inherited a legacy, a reputation, and most pressingly, a problem. Across the Atlantic, the Cunard Line was making headlines with two remarkable new vessels that were redefining ocean travel. The Lusitania and Mauretania weren't just ships, they were floating palaces, technological marvels that combined unprecedented speed with luxury that made even the finest hotels seem modest by comparison. Ismay knew that in the world of transatlantic passenger service, being second best meant being forgotten. The wealthy passengers who could afford first-class passage had choices, and those choices were increasingly pointing toward Cunard's revolutionary new liners. The profit margins on luxury transatlantic travel were enormous, but only if you could attract the right clientele. Millionaires, industrialists, aristocrats. These passengers didn't just want transportation. They wanted an experience, a statement of their status and sophistication. It was during one particular dinner in 1907 that Ismay found himself seated across from William James Peary, the controlling force behind Belfast's Harland and Wolff Shipbuilding Company. Peary wasn't just any shipbuilder. His company had been crafting vessels for the White Star Line for decades, and he understood better than anyone the marriage of engineering excellence and commercial success. As the evening progressed and the conversation turned to their mutual concerns about Cunard's dominance, an idea began to take shape. What if, instead of trying to match Cunard's speed, they focused on something even more appealing to their target passengers? What if they built ships so large, so luxurious, so technologically advanced that speed became irrelevant? Passengers wouldn't mind a slightly longer crossing if they were traveling in unprecedented comfort and style. The concept was audacious. They weren't talking about building one impressive ship. They were planning a trio of vessels that would dwarf anything currently sailing the seas. By the end of that dinner, the foundation had been laid for what would become the Olympic class of ships. 3 sister vessels, Olympic, Titanic, and initially planned as Gigantic, though that name would later be changed to Britannic for reasons that would become tragically clear. These weren't just going to be bigger ships. They were going to represent a completely new category of ocean liner, vessels so advanced and luxurious that they would redefine what passenger travel could be. The man tasked with turning this ambitious vision into reality was Thomas Andrews Jr., a brilliant naval architect who had already earned a reputation as one of the finest ship designers of his generation. Born into a prominent Belfast family in 1873, Andrews had shipbuilding in his blood. His uncle was William James Peary himself. But Andrews had earned his position through merit, not nepotism. He had started as an apprentice at Harland and Wolff in 1889, spending 5 grueling years learning every aspect of shipbuilding from the bottom up. Andrews wasn't content to simply observe and learn, He threw himself into the work with an intensity that impressed even the hardened shipyard workers. He would arrive at the yard before dawn, work alongside the men driving rivets and fitting steel plates, and then spend his evenings studying engineering and naval architecture. His colleagues noted that he never asked anyone to do work he wouldn't do himself, and he had an almost supernatural ability to spot potential problems before they became serious issues. By 1907, Andrews had been appointed managing director of Harland and Wolff, and his innovative designs had already contributed to several successful vessels for the White Star Line. But the Olympic-class ships would be his masterpiece, an opportunity to push the boundaries of what was engineering possible. Andrews approached the project with characteristic thoroughness, studying passenger preferences, analyzing the latest safety technologies, and designing vessels that would be both commercially successful and engineering marvels. The scale of what they were attempting was staggering. No shipbuilder had ever tried to construct vessels of this size. The largest ships currently in service were impressive, but the Olympic class would be in a completely different category. The Titanic alone would measure 882 feet and 9 inches in length, with a maximum breadth of 92 feet and 6 inches. From the base of the keel to the top of the bridge, she would tower 104 feet high. These weren't just measurements. They represented a fundamental shift in how ships were conceived and built. To accommodate vessels of this unprecedented size, Harland and Wolff had to completely reimagine their Belfast facility. The existing slipways were far too small, so 3 were demolished to make way for 2 massive new construction areas, the largest ever built at that time. The project required the construction of an enormous gantry, 228 feet high, built by the Scottish firm Sir William Arrol and Company, the same company responsible for London's Tower Bridge. This wasn't just shipbuilding. It was industrial architecture on a scale that had never been attempted. The human resources required were equally impressive. Harland and Wolff employed 15,000 workers on the project, with 14,000 men typically working 49-hour weeks. The typical construction worker earned about £2 per week, working 6 days with shorter Saturday shifts and Sundays off. Yard managers were expected to be on site by 6 a.m., reflecting the rigorous work ethic that underpinned the entire operation. This wasn't just a job for these men, it was a chance to be part of something historic, to contribute their skills to creating the largest and most advanced ships the world had ever seen. But the scale and ambition came with serious risks. The construction of the Titanic was dangerous work, made more perilous by the fact that no one had ever attempted to build ships of this size before. During the 26-month construction period, 8 people died during the building and fitting out process. Another 246 injuries were recorded, with 28 classified as severe, including workers who lost arms to machinery or had legs crushed under falling pieces of steel. Just before the launch, a worker was killed when a piece of wood fell on him. These weren't just statistics. They were real people, skilled craftsmen whose sacrifice contributed to the creation of something extraordinary. The construction process itself was a marvel of engineering organization. The hull was laid down on March 31st, 1909, using a method that treated the ship as a massive box girder, with the keel acting as a backbone and the frames forming ribs. The Titanic used 2,000 hull plates, each a single piece of rolled steel, mostly measuring up to 6 feet wide and 30 feet long, with individual plates weighing between 2.5 and 3 tons. Since steel welding was still in its infancy, the entire structure had to be held together with over 3 million iron and steel rivets, which by themselves weighed more than 1,200 tons. Every single one of those 3 million rivets was driven by hand. The work was backbreaking and required incredible precision. Teams of workers would heat the rivets to red-hot temperatures. then quickly position them while others hammered them into place. The noise in the shipyard was deafening, the work dangerous, and the standards unforgiving. A poorly fitted rivet could compromise the integrity of the entire section, so every single one had to be perfect. But even as the workers labored with dedication and skill, decisions were being made that would later prove crucial to the ship's fate. Time pressure and cost considerations led to the use of some materials that, while considered high quality at the time, would later be found to have dangerous weaknesses. The steel used in the hull contained high levels of sulfur, making it brittle in cold water conditions. Many of the rivets contained high levels of slag, which made them more prone to failure under stress. These weren't deliberate compromises. They represented the best technology and materials available at the time, but they would prove to be fatal flaws. The propulsion system was equally impressive and revolutionary. The Titanic was powered by 3 main engines, 2 massive reciprocating 4-cylinder, triple expansion steam engines, and 1 centrally placed low-pressure Parsons turbine, each driving its own propeller. The 2 reciprocating engines were engineering marvels in their own right, each measuring 63 feet in length and weighing 720 tons, with their bed plates contributing an additional 195 tons each. These engines were the largest ever built at the time, standing nearly 40 feet tall with diameters of 9 feet. The power for these massive engines came from 29 boilers, containing 159 furnaces. 24 of the boilers were double-ended, while 5 were single-ended, each measuring 15 feet and 9 inches in diameter and 20 feet long. Individual boilers weighed 91.5 tons and could hold 48.5 tons of water. The ship could carry 6,611 tons of coal in her bunkers, with an additional 1,092 tons stored in Hold 3. This massive fuel capacity was necessary because the furnaces consumed over 600 tons of coal daily, requiring the constant efforts of 176 firemen working around the clock. The work of feeding those furnaces was relentless, dirty, and dangerous. Firemen had to shovel tons of coal by hand into the blazing furnaces, working in temperatures that often exceeded 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The job produced 100 tons of ash daily that had to be disposed of by ejecting it into the sea. Despite being paid relatively well for the time, the work was so brutal that suicide rates among firemen were tragically high. These men were the unsung heroes who kept the massive ship moving, laboring in conditions that would be considered inhumane by modern standards. The most innovative and ultimately controversial aspect of the Titanic's design was her watertight compartment system. The ship was divided into 16 compartments by 15 watertight bulkheads, with doors that could be closed remotely from the bridge. The engineering theory was sound. If up to 4 compartments flooded, the ship would still remain afloat. This system was revolutionary for its time, and led White Star Line to describe their vessels as practically unsinkable. However, there was a critical flaw in this design that would prove catastrophic. The watertight bulkheads only extended about 10 feet above the waterline, reaching only to E deck rather than the higher A or C decks. The compartments were watertight horizontally, but not vertically. If water filled one compartment to its maximum capacity, it could spill over the top of the bulkhead into adjacent compartments, creating a cascade effect that could flood multiple compartments sequentially. This design limitation wasn't immediately obvious to the engineers of the time. The mathematical calculations showed that the system should work for any conceivable damage scenario they could imagine. No one had anticipated the specific type of damage that an iceberg could inflict, or how the ship's forward momentum could cause water to spill from one compartment to another as the vessel pitched forward. The watertight compartment system represented the best safety thinking of its era, but it contained a fundamental flaw that no one recognized until it was too late. As construction progressed through 1910 and 1911, Thomas Andrews maintained his hands-on approach to every detail of the ship's development. He made a point of sailing on the maiden voyages of other White Star vessels, including the Adriatic, Oceanic, and Olympic, observing their operation and identifying improvements for future ships. This wasn't just professional diligence, it was a personal commitment to excellence that characterized everything Andrews did. Andrews assembled what was known as the Guarantee Group, a team of the brightest and most experienced professionals from Harland and Wolff, who would sail on the Titanic's maiden voyage. Their mission was to observe every aspect of the ship's performance, identify any issues that needed correction, and document improvements that could be incorporated into future vessels. This was standard practice for new ships, but Andrews took it more seriously than most designers. He saw each maiden voyage as both a celebration of achievement and an opportunity for learning. On May 31st, 1911, after 26 months of intensive construction, the Titanic was ready for launch. The ceremony took place at 12:15 p.m. in the presence of Lord Pirrie, J. Pierpont Morgan, J. Bruce Ismay, and an estimated 100,000 onlookers. 22 tons of soap and tallow had been spread on the slipway to lubricate the ship's passage into the River Lagan. In keeping with White Star Line tradition, the ship was not formally christened with champagne, but simply released to slide into the water under her own massive weight. The moment the Titanic entered the water was both triumph and beginning. The hull was complete, but the real work was just starting. The ship was towed to a fitting-out berth where, over the following year, the engines, funnels, and superstructure would be installed, and the interior would be transformed from empty steel spaces into the most luxurious passenger accommodations ever created. The interior work that began in May 1911 was where the Titanic truly distinguished herself from every other ship afloat. Ismay and Pirrie were determined that their vessel would not only be the largest ship on Earth, but also the most luxurious. Every detail was designed to appeal to the wealthy elite who could afford first-class passage and who expected accommodations that surpassed the finest hotels in London or New York. The grand staircase became the ship's most iconic feature, a sweeping masterpiece of craftsmanship that descended through multiple decks under an elaborate glass dome. But luxury extended to every corner of the ship. First-class accommodations included private promenades, ensuite bathrooms with the finest fixtures, and furnishings that were specifically commissioned for the ship. Multiple restaurants, smoking rooms, libraries, a gymnasium, Turkish baths, and even a swimming pool transformed the vessel into a floating resort. Even the third-class accommodations were revolutionary for their time, offering private cabins and amenities that exceeded the first-class offerings on many other ships. Every cabin had running water, a luxury that few third-class passengers would have enjoyed in their homes. The philosophy was to create an environment so comfortable and luxurious that passengers would forget they were at sea, surrounded instead by an atmosphere of refined elegance and sophisticated comfort. Comfort. The cost of this unprecedented undertaking was staggering. At the US inquiry into the disaster, Bruce Ismay would later reveal that the Titanic's construction had cost $7.5 million, equivalent to £1.5 million in British currency at the time. Adjusted for inflation and modern exchange rates, that represented approximately $166 million in today's money, an astronomical sum that exceeded even the budget of James Cameron's 1997 film about the ship. This massive investment reflected not just the physical cost of materials and labour, but the infrastructure improvements required at both the Belfast shipyard and Southampton's dock facilities to accommodate these revolutionary vessels. The financial commitment went beyond the ships themselves. New gantries, expanded dry docks, specialised equipment, and trained personnel all required substantial investment. White Star Line was betting the future of their company on the success of the Olympic-class vessels, confident that the combination of unprecedented size and luxury would capture the imagination and wallets of the world's wealthiest travelers. By April 1912, after nearly 3 years of intensive work, the Titanic was ready for her sea trials. The trials began at 6 a.m. on Tuesday, April 2nd, just 2 days after the fitting out was completed, and 8 days before the scheduled departure from Southampton. The trials had been delayed by a day due to rough weather, but Monday morning dawned clear and fair, perfect conditions for testing the massive vessel's systems. Aboard for the trials were 78 stokers, greasers and firemen to operate the engines, along with 41 crew members. Representatives from various companies involved in the ship's construction were also present, including Thomas Andrews and Edward Wilding from Harland and Wolff, and Harold Sanderson from the International Mercantile Marine Company. No domestic staff were aboard during the trials, as the focus was entirely on testing the ship's mechanical systems and seaworthiness. The trials tested every aspect of the ship's performance. The massive engines were put through their paces, the steering systems were evaluated at various speeds, and emergency procedures were practiced. The watertight doors were tested repeatedly, with their electrical closing mechanisms activated from the bridge to ensure they would function properly in an emergency. Lifeboats were lowered and raised to verify the davit systems worked smoothly. The wireless equipment was tested to ensure clear communication with shore stations and other vessels. Andrews observed every detail with his characteristic intensity, making notes about minor adjustments that could improve performance or passenger comfort. He tested door handles, examined the finish on woodwork, and even checked the operation of individual cabin fixtures. For Andrews, perfection wasn't just a goal, it was a personal mission. He had poured 3 years of his life into this ship, and every detail mattered. After a full day of testing, the Titanic was declared seaworthy and ready for service. The Board of Trade Inspectors signed the necessary certificates, and Captain Edward Smith took formal command of the vessel. Smith was the most senior captain in the White Star Line fleet, a 62-year-old veteran with decades of experience commanding large passenger liners. Known for his calm demeanour and impeccable safety record, Smith was scheduled to retire after the Titanic's maiden voyage, making this assignment both an honour and a fitting conclusion to his distinguished career. On April 10th, 1912, shortly after noon, the Titanic's maiden voyage began as she departed Southampton with great fanfare. Thousands of spectators lined the docks to witness the departure of the world's largest ship, but the voyage nearly ended in disaster before it properly began. As the massive vessel moved through Southampton water, her enormous displacement created a powerful suction effect that affected the smaller ships moored nearby. The SS City of New York and the White Star Line's own Oceanic were both lifted by the bulge of water created by the Titanic's passage, then dropped into the resulting trough. The sudden strain proved too much for the City of New York's mooring cables, which snapped with sharp cracks that echoed across the water. The smaller ship began swinging stern first toward the Titanic, threatening a collision that could have damaged both vessels and potentially delayed or cancelled the maiden voyage. Captain Smith immediately ordered the engines put to full astern, while the tugboat Vulcan rushed to take the City of New York under tow. The near collision was averted by mere feet, but it served as an ominous reminder of the awesome power contained within the Titanic's massive hull. The incident also demonstrated the challenges of manoeuvring such an enormous vessel in confined waters, a factor that would become relevant later in the voyage. After the drama in Southampton water, the Titanic proceeded across the English Channel to Cherbourg, France, where she arrived that evening to embark additional passengers. The ship was too large to dock at Cherbourg's pier, so passengers were ferried out to the ship aboard the White Star Tender's Traffic and Nomadic. Among those boarding were some of the wealthiest and most prominent passengers of the voyage, including American millionaire John Jacob Astor IV and his pregnant wife Madeline, businessman Benjamin Guggenheim, and Macy's department store owner Isidore Straus with his wife Ida. The passenger manifest read like a who's who of Edwardian society. Colonel Archibald Gracie, a noted historian and socialite, was travelling with his extensive library. The Countess of Rothes brought her maid and enough luggage to fill several cabins. Thomas Widener, heir to a Philadelphia streetcar fortune, was accompanied by his wife Eleanor and son Harry, along with their valet and maid. These passengers expected and received treatment befitting their social status, with personal stewards attending to their every need and access to the ship's most luxurious accommodations. The next morning, April 11th, the Titanic made her final stop at Queenstown, now known as Cove, on the southern coast of Ireland. Once again, the ship anchored offshore, while passengers and mail were ferried out by tender. Among those boarding were many Irish emigrants seeking new lives in America, travelling in third-class accommodations that, while modest, were superior to the steerage conditions on most other ships. The contrast between the millionaires in first class and the hopeful emigrants in third class represented the full spectrum of humanity aboard the ship. Also boarding at Queenstown was a significant quantity of mail, as the Titanic carried the designation RMS, Royal Mail Ship, meaning she was contracted to carry official mail between Britain and the United States. The mail sorting room was staffed by 5 postal clerks who worked continuously during the voyage to process and organize the thousands of letters and packages for delivery in New York. As the Titanic departed Queenstown and headed into the open Atlantic, life aboard the ship settled into the rhythms that would characterize the next 3 days. The ship carried approximately 2,224 people, including passengers and crew. In first class, 324 passengers enjoyed accommodations that rivaled the finest hotels in the world. Second class housed 285 passengers in comfort that exceeded first class standards on many other ships. Third class accommodated 709 passengers, while the crew numbered 885, from Captain Smith down to the lowest paid stewards and stokers. The ship's daily routine was orchestrated with military precision. Meals were served at specific times in the various dining rooms, with first-class passengers enjoying elaborate multi-course dinners served on fine china with silver cutlery. The a la carte restaurant offered even more exclusive dining for those willing to pay additional charges. Second-class passengers dined on excellent food, served in pleasant surroundings, while third-class passengers received hearty, nutritious meals that were a significant improvement over what many had known at home. During the day, passengers promenaded on the expansive decks, used the gymnasium with its rowing machine and exercise bikes, or relaxed in the smoking rooms and libraries. The first-class lounge featured comfortable chairs and writing desks where passengers could compose letters or read newspapers. The Turkish baths provided a luxurious spa experience, complete with steam rooms and massage services. In the evenings, the ship's orchestra performed in various locations, providing musical entertainment for passengers who gathered to socialize and dance. Captain Smith maintained the ship's course and speed according to established shipping routes and schedules. The Titanic was following the southern track across the Atlantic, a route used during winter and spring months to avoid the worst weather conditions in the North Atlantic. The ship was making excellent time, averaging about 21 knots, and was on schedule to arrive in New York on Wednesday morning, April 17th. But as the ship steamed westward through increasingly cold waters, ice was becoming a growing concern. The winter of 1911 to 1912 had been unusually mild, causing an exceptional number of icebergs to break away from the Greenland ice sheet and drift south into the shipping lanes. By April 1912, the ice field extended much further south than was typical for that time of year, creating hazardous conditions that were not immediately apparent to ships following their normal routes. On April 14th, The ship's wireless operators, Jack Phillips and Harold Bride, began receiving ice warnings from other vessels in the area. The first warning came from the steamer Caronia, reporting bergs and field ice ahead. Similar warnings arrived throughout the day from the steamers Baltic, America, and Californian, each reporting ice sightings in or near the Titanic's projected path. Some of these warnings reached Captain Smith, who made minor course adjustments but maintained the ship's speed. This decision reflected standard practice of the era. Passenger liners were expected to maintain their schedules, and experienced captains like Smith had navigated ice fields many times during their careers. The general belief was that a large, well-built ship like the Titanic could safely navigate around individual icebergs as long as they were spotted in time. The ship's lookouts, Frederick Fleet and Reginald Lee, took their positions in the crow's nest at 10 p.m. on April 14th. The night was clear but moonless, and the sea was unusually calm, creating conditions that made it difficult to spot icebergs. Without waves breaking against their bases, icebergs became nearly invisible against the dark sky. The lookouts had requested binoculars for their watch, but none were available due to a mix-up when officers were transferred from the Olympic to the Titanic before departure. At 11:40 p.m., Fleet spotted something directly ahead that looked like a dark mass against the star-filled sky. He immediately rang the crow's nest bell 3 times and telephoned the bridge, shouting, "Iceberg, right ahead." First Officer William Murdoch, who was in command of the bridge watch, immediately ordered "harder starboard" and "full astern," while simultaneously pulling the lever to close the watertight doors. The ship began to turn to port, and for a moment it appeared the iceberg might be avoided. But the Titanic was simply too large and moving too fast to change direction quickly enough. The starboard side of the ship made contact with the iceberg along a length of approximately 300 feet, well below the waterline. The impact lasted only about 37 seconds, but it was long enough to cause catastrophic damage to the ship's hull. Captain Smith rushed to the bridge immediately after feeling the collision. After conferring with Murdoch about what had happened, he ordered the engines stopped and sent for Thomas Andrews to assess the damage. Andrews and the ship's carpenter quickly made their way below decks to examine the affected compartments. What they found was worse than anyone had initially feared. The iceberg had opened the ship's hull to the sea across 6 separate watertight compartments, far more than the 4 the ship was designed to survive. Water was pouring in at an alarming rate, and Andrews quickly calculated that the ship was doomed. With 6 compartments flooding, the ship would inevitably settle by the head, causing water to spill over the tops of the watertight bulkheads into adjacent compartments in a cascading failure. Andrews informed Captain Smith that the ship had perhaps an hour, possibly an hour and a half at most, before she would sink. The news was devastating, but undeniable. The mathematics of the situation were inexorable. The Titanic was taking on water faster than the pumps could remove it, and the progressive flooding would continue until the ship could no longer remain afloat. Captain Smith immediately ordered the preparation of the lifeboats and instructed the wireless operators to begin sending distress calls. The first distress signal went out at 12:15 a.m., 15 minutes after the collision. Phillips tapped out the traditional distress call, CQD, followed by the ship's call sign MGY, then began transmitting the newer SOS signal as well. The evacuation began slowly, hampered by the disbelief of many passengers that the ship could actually be in serious danger. The Titanic seemed so solid, so immense, that the idea of her sinking was difficult to comprehend. Many passengers initially refused to leave the apparent safety of the ship for the uncertainty of small lifeboats on the dark ocean. The lifeboats themselves represented one of the most tragic aspects of the disaster. The Titanic carried 20 lifeboats with a total capacity of 1,178 people, barely enough for half of those aboard. This number exceeded the legal requirements of the time, which were based on tonnage rather than passenger capacity, and had not been updated to account for ships of the Titanic's unprecedented size. The regulations dated from an era when the largest ships carried far fewer people, and the authorities had not anticipated vessels of such enormous scale. As the evacuation proceeded, the ship's electrical power continued to function, keeping the lights on and the wireless equipment operational. This was crucial for maintaining some semblance of order and allowing the distress calls to continue. The ship's orchestra, led by Wallace Hartley, assembled on deck and began playing music to help calm the passengers and crew. The loading of the lifeboats proceeded unevenly, with many boats being lowered, only partially filled due to confusion, fear, and the lingering disbelief that the ship was actually sinking. Boat 7, the first to be lowered on the starboard side, carried only 27 people, despite having a capacity of 65. Boat 1, designed for 40 people, left with only 12 aboard. The precious lifeboat capacity was being wasted at the very moment when every seat was desperately needed. As the night progressed, the ship's bow continued to sink lower into the water, and the deck began to tilt at an increasingly noticeable angle. The flooding had progressed exactly as Andrews had predicted, with water spilling from the damaged compartments into adjacent areas as the ship settled forward. The angle of the deck made it increasingly difficult to launch the remaining lifeboats, and panic began to spread among those still aboard. By 2:05 a.m., the last lifeboat had been launched, but more than 1,500 people remained on the ship. The electrical power finally failed, plunging the ship into darkness, except for the emergency lighting in some areas. The wireless equipment went silent as the power to the radio room was lost, cutting off the distress calls that had been transmitting continuously for nearly 2 hours. The ship's final moments were marked by a catastrophic structural failure. As the bow sank deeper and the stern rose higher out of the water, the tremendous stresses on the hull exceeded what the ship was designed to withstand. With a thunderous roar that could be heard for miles across the calm water, the ship broke apart between the third and fourth funnels. The forward section, already largely submerged, disappeared quickly beneath the surface. The stern section, momentarily freed from the weight of the forward portion, settled back briefly before beginning its own final plunge. At 2:20 a.m., just 2 hours and 40 minutes after striking the iceberg, the RMS Titanic disappeared completely beneath the dark waters of the North Atlantic, carrying with her the dreams and ambitions that had created the most magnificent ship ever built, and taking to the ocean floor the lives of more than 1,500 souls who had trusted in human engineering and the promise of the unsinkable ship. The silence that followed was unlike anything the survivors in the lifeboats had ever experienced. Where moments before there had been the sounds of a dying ship, the cries of those still aboard, and the terrible groaning of steel under impossible stress, now there was only the gentle lapping of water against the wooden hulls of the boats scattered across the dark ocean. The sea had closed over the Titanic as if the magnificent vessel had never existed at all. In the lifeboats, passengers and crew struggled to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Many had been convinced until the final moments that rescue ships would arrive in time, that the Titanic's reputation for safety would somehow prove justified, that the unthinkable simply could not happen. The reality of their situation was almost impossible to process. The largest, most advanced passenger ship ever built had vanished completely in less than 3 hours. The water temperature was a brutal 28 degrees Fahrenheit, just below freezing. Those who had jumped or fallen into the sea during the ship's final moments faced an enemy as merciless as the iceberg itself. The human body can survive in water this cold for perhaps 15 to 30 minutes before hypothermia claims consciousness, and death follows shortly after. The hundreds of people struggling in the water around the lifeboats represented a humanitarian crisis that the survivors were largely powerless to address. Most of the lifeboats were already overcrowded, or their occupants feared that attempting rescues would swamp their craft and doom everyone aboard. A few boats did attempt to pull people from the water, but the numbers were tragically small. The vast majority of those who went down with the ship or entered the water during her final plunge were beyond help within minutes of the sinking. Fifth Officer Harold Lowe made the most systematic rescue attempt, redistributing passengers among several boats to free up space, then returning to search for survivors. His efforts saved a handful of lives, but by the time he reached the area where the ship had gone down, the cold had already claimed most of those in the water. The few he found alive were in the final stages of hypothermia, and only a couple survived to see rescue. The lifeboats themselves were poorly equipped for an extended stay on the North Atlantic in April. Most had no food or water, inadequate protection from the elements, and insufficient warm clothing for the occupants. The boats were designed for short-term emergency evacuation, with the expectation that rescue would arrive quickly. Instead, the survivors faced the prospect of spending hours exposed to freezing air temperatures while waiting for help that might never come. The wireless distress calls that Jack Phillips had transmitted before the power failed had been received by several ships, but most were too distant to provide immediate assistance. The closest vessel that had acknowledged the distress calls was the RMS Carpathia, a Cunard liner bound for the Mediterranean with passengers from New York. Captain Arthur Rostron had immediately changed course upon receiving the Titanic's SOS, pushing his ship to maximum speed through ice-infested waters in a desperate race against time. The Carpathia was approximately 58 miles away when she received the first distress call, a distance that would require nearly 4 hours to cover even at maximum speed. For the survivors in the lifeboats, those 4 hours stretched like an eternity. Many boats had been lowered with inadequate crews, lacking experienced sailors who knew how to handle the boats properly in open ocean conditions. Some boats leaked, others had damaged equipment, and all struggled with the basic challenge of keeping their occupants organized and calm. The social dynamics in the lifeboats reflected the rigid class structure that had defined life aboard the Titanic. Some boats carried predominantly first-class passengers who had been given priority access to the boat deck, while others held mostly crew members and third-class passengers who had struggled to reach the lifeboats through the ship's complex interior layout. The artificial barriers of wealth and social status seemed absurd in the face of shared survival, yet they persisted even in the desperate circumstances following the disaster. Officer Charles Lightoller, who had supervised the loading of boats on the port side of the ship, found himself in command of Collapsible B, which had been washed from the deck as the ship went down. The boat had landed upside down, and Lightoller organized about 30 men to stand on the overturned hull throughout the night, balancing carefully to prevent the air-filled craft from rolling over completely. The men took turns standing in the center while others supported them from the edges, a precarious arrangement that required constant attention and cooperation to survive. Collapsible A had also been washed off the deck, but right side up and partially flooded. About 15 people managed to climb aboard the swamped boat, standing knee-deep in freezing water throughout the night. Several died from exposure before rescue arrived, their bodies removed by the survivors to maintain the boat's precarious buoyancy. The partially submerged boat became a desperate refuge where the living and dead shared space in the darkness. The temperature continued to drop throughout the night, and many survivors suffered from exposure even in the properly launched lifeboats. Women and children, given priority during the evacuation, often lacked adequate clothing for the conditions. Evening gowns and dinner jackets provided little protection against the Atlantic wind and spray. Some boats had blankets that had been thrown in during the loading process, but most survivors huddled together for warmth while waiting for a rescue that might never come. The emotional toll was as severe as the physical suffering. Many survivors had lost family members, friends, or colleagues in the disaster. Wives had been separated from husbands, children from parents, friends from companions. The loading of the lifeboats had been chaotic and rushed, with families torn apart in the confusion. Many would not learn the fate of their loved ones until after rescue, if then. The weight of survivors' guilt began to settle on those who had escaped while others perished. As dawn approached, the survivors faced a new challenge. The lifeboats had been scattered across a wide area by currents and wind during the night, and many were no longer within sight of each other. Some boats had attempted to stay together, but the darkness and the difficulty of rowing in heavy seas had made coordination nearly impossible. The isolation added to the psychological burden of survival, as occupants of individual boats wondered if they were the only survivors of the disaster. The sea conditions remained relatively calm compared to what they might have been, but even small waves posed challenges for the overcrowded lifeboats. Water sloshed over the gunwales, soaking already cold and frightened passengers. Some boats had experienced rowers who could manage the craft effectively, but others struggled with basic seamanship. Several boats lost or broke oars during the night, leaving them at the mercy of current and wind. Food and water were virtually non-existent. A few boats had small emergency supplies, but nothing adequate for the number of people or the duration of their ordeal. Thirst became a growing problem as the night progressed, made worse by the salt spray and the stress of their situation. Some survivors attempted to drink seawater, which only worsened their condition. The lack of provisions highlighted how unprepared the ship had been for a complete evacuation of all souls aboard. The psychological state of the survivors varied dramatically. Some maintained remarkable composure, taking charge of their boats and organizing the other occupants. Others fell into shock or despair, requiring constant attention from fellow survivors. A few became irrational or combative, creating additional challenges for boat management. The trauma of witnessing the ship's destruction, combined with uncertainty about rescue and the loss of loved ones, pushed many survivors to their emotional limits. Children in the boats presented special challenges. Separated from parents or guardians, frightened by the chaos and cold, some cried continuously, while others fell into stunned silence. Adult survivors did their best to comfort the children, sharing whatever warmth or protection they could provide. The presence of children also motivated many adults to maintain hope and discipline, knowing that the youngest survivors depended on them for survival. As the hours passed, hypothermia claimed lives even in the lifeboats. Elderly passengers and those already in poor health were particularly vulnerable. Some survivors died quietly, their bodies growing still, as their companions continued to struggle with their own survival. The deaths served as constant reminders of how precarious their situation remained, even after escaping the sinking ship. The search for the Titanic's position became crucial as potential rescue ships attempted to locate the survivors. The position transmitted in the distress calls was based on the ship's last calculated location, but ocean currents and the time elapsed since the sinking meant the lifeboats had likely drifted from that point. Ships searching for survivors would need to cover a large area of ocean, and in the darkness, the small lifeboats would be nearly impossible to spot. Some boats attempted to signal their presence by lighting pieces of paper or cloth, but the materials available were limited and often too wet to burn effectively. The boats carried no flares or signaling devices beyond a few whistles. The survivors' ability to attract attention from rescue ships would depend largely on luck and the persistence of the search effort. The class distinctions that had defined the Titanic's passenger accommodations became irrelevant in the lifeboats, where survival depended on cooperation rather than wealth or social status. Millionaires sat beside immigrant families, sharing whatever warmth and comfort could be found. Crew members who had worked in the ship's lowest decks found themselves commanding lifeboats filled with first-class passengers. The disaster had created a temporary equality born of shared desperation. Officer Lightoller, balancing on the overturned collapsible B, maintained discipline among the men throughout the night by organizing them in shifts and keeping them focused on their collective survival. His leadership helped prevent panic and kept the makeshift raft stable enough to support its human cargo. The experience demonstrated how crucial leadership and organization were to survival in extreme circumstances. The women and children who comprised the majority of lifeboat occupants often lacked experience with boats or survival situations. Many had never been in a small craft on open ocean, and the constant motion, spray, and fear created severe seasickness in addition to their other hardships. Vomiting weakened already stressed individuals and added to the misery of their confined conditions. Boat 6, under the nominal command of Quartermaster Robert Hitchens, experienced significant leadership problems as Hitchens became increasingly pessimistic and defeatist as the night progressed. Passenger Margaret Brown, later known as the unsinkable Molly Brown, challenged his authority and helped maintain morale among the boat's occupants. Her assertiveness illustrated how the crisis had disrupted normal social conventions and created opportunities for unconventional leadership. The sound of voices across the water became both a comfort and a torment for survivors. Hearing other boats provided reassurance that they were not alone, but the voices also included calls for help from people in the water who could not be reached. The survivors faced the terrible choice between attempting dangerous rescues that might doom their own boats, or listening to fellow human beings cry out in the darkness until the cold silenced them forever. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern horizon, the survivors faced the reality of a new day with mixed emotions. Daylight would make them more visible to potential rescue ships, but it would also reveal the full extent of their situation. Many hoped that other ships would appear with the sunrise, that the night's ordeal would end with the arrival of help. Others feared that daylight would only confirm their isolation and the magnitude of the disaster. The approaching dawn also brought the practical challenge of rationing whatever supplies existed in the boats. Water, if any could be found, would need to be carefully distributed. The few blankets and pieces of protective clothing would need to be shared based on the greatest need, rather than previous social standing. The survivors were beginning to organize themselves for potential long-term survival, rather than just enduring until immediate rescue. The temperature began to rise slightly with the approaching sun, but hypothermia remained a serious threat. Many survivors had been wet since entering the lifeboats, and their clothing provided inadequate insulation. The combination of wet clothing, wind, and exhaustion continued to claim lives even as rescue approached. Some who had survived the sinking and the initial hours in the boats succumbed to exposure just as help was finally arriving. In the distance, barely visible in the growing light, a single ship appeared on the horizon. The RMS Carpathia had covered the distance from her original position in remarkable time. Her engines pushed beyond their normal limits, and her crew working frantically to prepare for a rescue operation unlike anything they had ever attempted. Captain Rostron had navigated through ice fields in the darkness, risking his own ship and passengers to reach the Titanic's last known position. The sight of the Carpathia's lights brought overwhelming relief to the survivors who could see her approach. Boats began attempting to row toward the rescue ship, though many were too weak or had too few functional oars to make much progress. The Carpathia would need to come to them, carefully maneuvering among the scattered lifeboats to collect the survivors without damaging the small craft or injuring their occupants. The rescue operation that followed would be methodical and challenging, as the Carpathia's crew worked to bring aboard more than 700 survivors from boats scattered across several miles of ocean. The physical and emotional condition of the survivors varied dramatically, from those who could climb aboard under their own power to others who required assistance or medical attention. The process would take hours to complete, with each boat presenting its own challenges and tragic stories. But for the survivors of the RMS Titanic, the sight of the Carpathia represented hope after a night of unimaginable horror. The ship that had been proclaimed virtually unsinkable was gone forever, resting on the ocean floor 2.5 miles below the surface. The dreams of luxury and technological triumph had vanished with her. replaced by the stark reality of human mortality and the limits of engineering ambition. The disaster had claimed more than 1,500 lives, making it one of the deadliest peacetime maritime disasters in history. The victims included passengers from all classes and crew members from every department of the ship. They were men, women, and children from dozens of countries, united in death by their shared fate aboard a ship that was supposed to represent the pinnacle of safety and luxury. Among the dead was Thomas Andrews, the brilliant designer who had poured his life into creating the Titanic. He had been seen in the ship's final moments, still wearing his life vest, but making no attempt to save himself, apparently resigned to sharing the fate of his creation. His body was never recovered, leaving him forever associated with the ship he had designed with such care and pride. Captain Edward Smith also went down with his ship, following the maritime tradition that the captain should be the last to leave. His decades of experience and impeccable safety record could not save him from the consequences of decisions made during that fatal night. Like Andrews, his body was never found, leaving him entombed with the vessel he had commanded. The Titanic disaster would forever change how ships were designed, built, and operated. The inadequacy of the lifeboat regulations, the limitations of the watertight compartment system, and the dangers of excessive speed in ice-infested waters would all be addressed in the wake of the tragedy. But these improvements would come too late for the 1,500 souls who perished when the unsinkable ship proved to be all too vulnerable. The story of the Titanic's creation and destruction serves as a powerful reminder of both human achievement and human limitation. The ship represented the pinnacle of early 20th century engineering and craftsmanship, a testament to what could be accomplished through vision, skill, and determination. But it also demonstrated the dangers of overconfidence, the importance of adequate safety measures, and the ultimate supremacy of nature over human technology. In the end, the RMS Titanic's brief life and tragic death became more than just a maritime disaster. It became a symbol of an age when progress seemed unlimited and technology appeared capable of conquering any challenge. The ship's sinking marked not just the end of individual lives, but the end of an era of unbounded optimism about human mastery over the natural world. The cold waters of the North Atlantic had claimed the greatest ship ever built, along with the dreams and lives of those who had trusted in her promise of safety and luxury. The Titanic was gone, but her story would endure, serving as both inspiration and warning for generations to come. In the space of a few hours on a cold April night in 1912, human ambition had reached its greatest height and suffered its most devastating fall, leaving behind only memories, lessons, and the eternal silence of the deep. Eternal silence of the deep. The rescue that finally arrived brought with it both salvation and the harsh reality of what had been lost. As the Carpathia's crew worked methodically to bring the survivors aboard, the scope of the disaster became undeniably clear. Of the approximately 2,224 souls who had sailed from Southampton 4 days earlier, only 710 had survived the night. More than 1,500 people had perished in what was supposed to be the safest ship ever built. The passenger lists told a story of profound inequality in survival rates. First-class passengers had the highest survival rate at approximately 60%, with 130 of 324 passengers saved. Second class fared less well, with 158 of 285 passengers surviving, a rate of about 55%. But third-class passengers suffered devastating losses, with only 178 of 709 passengers rescued, a survival rate of just 25%. The crew's survival rate was similarly tragic, with only 212 of 885 crew members making it to the lifeboats. These statistics reflected more than just chance or proximity to the boat deck. The ship's design and emergency procedures had favored those in higher-class accommodations. First- and second-class passengers had easier access to the boat deck through grand staircases and well-marked passages. Third-class passengers faced a more complex journey through the ship's interior, navigating unfamiliar corridors and locked gates that were intended to maintain class separation, but became deadly obstacles during the evacuation. The gender and age demographics of survival painted an even starker picture. The women and children first protocol had been followed, but unevenly. Among first-class passengers, 97% of women and children survived, compared to only 33% of men. In second class, 86% of women and children were saved, while 8% of men survived. Third-class women and children had a survival rate of 49%, while only 16% of third-class men lived through the disaster. The crew's sacrifice was particularly notable. Many had remained at their posts until the end, maintaining power, operating the wireless, and helping with the evacuation. The ship's band had continued playing music almost until the final moments, providing a sense of calm and dignity in the midst of chaos. Most of these men perished, choosing duty over personal survival in the finest tradition of maritime service. Captain Smith's body was never recovered, leaving his final moments a matter of speculation and legend. Some survivors reported seeing him in the water near the ship as she went down, while others claimed he remained on the bridge until the end. What is certain is that he followed the maritime tradition that the captain should be the last to leave his ship, a tradition that in this case meant going down with the vessel he had commanded. Thomas Andrews also remained aboard until the end, his body never found among the debris and victims recovered in the days following the disaster. Survivors reported seeing him in various parts of the ship during the evacuation, still wearing his life vest but apparently resigned to his fate. One passenger claimed to have seen him alone in the smoking room, staring at a painting on the wall, seemingly at peace with the knowledge that his creation was doomed. The postal clerks who had worked in the ship's mail sorting room had died attempting to save the mail, moving bags to higher decks as the water rose around them. Their dedication to their duty cost them their lives, but it exemplified the sense of responsibility that many crew members felt toward their passengers and cargo. The mail they tried to save included thousands of personal letters that would never reach their intended recipients. The ship's wireless operators, Jack Phillips and Harold Bride, had transmitted distress calls until the very end. Phillips had remained at his post even after being relieved of duty, continuing to send SOS signals until the power failed. He perished in the disaster, but his dedication to his duty had been instrumental in alerting rescue ships to the Titanic's plight. Bride survived by jumping from the ship as she went down and was later pulled from the water onto one of the overturned lifeboats. The engineering crew had suffered particularly heavy losses. The men who operated the boilers and engines had remained at their posts to maintain power for as long as possible, knowing that electricity was crucial for the pumps, lighting, and wireless equipment. Their sacrifice had bought precious time for the evacuation, but few of them survived to see the rescue ships arrive. Among the passengers lost were some of the most prominent figures in American and European society. John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest men in America, had helped his pregnant wife Madeline into a lifeboat, but was not permitted to join her due to the "women and children first" protocol. His body was later recovered, and he was identified by the initials on his jacket and the large amount of money found in his pockets. Benjamin Guggenheim, the mining heir, had famously changed into evening dress after the collision, reportedly saying that if he was going to die, he would die like a gentleman. He and his valet were last seen in the ship's smoking room, having given up their life vests to women passengers. Neither survived the disaster. Isidore and Ida Strauss, the elderly couple who owned Macy's department store, had refused to be separated during the evacuation. Ida had declined a place in a lifeboat, choosing to remain with her husband of over 40 years. Both perished when the ship went down. Their bodies never recovered. Their love story became one of the most poignant tales to emerge from the disaster. The Widener family from Philadelphia had lost both the father, George, and son, Harry, while Eleanor Widener survived. The family had been returning from a trip to Europe, and Harry had been excited about adding to his rare book collection. The loss of 2 generations of the family illustrated the arbitrary nature of survival that night. Colonel Archibald Gracie had initially survived the sinking and was pulled from the water onto one of the overturned lifeboats. Though he lived through the immediate disaster and rescue, he never fully recovered from the trauma and exposure, dying several months later from complications related to his ordeal. His account of the disaster, written before his death, provided valuable testimony about the ship's final hours. The children aboard the ship had faced particular challenges during the evacuation. Some had been separated from their parents in the confusion, while others had watched helplessly as fathers and older brothers were left behind. The psychological trauma of the experience would affect many young survivors for the rest of their lives. Lorraine Allison, a 2-year-old traveling with her wealthy Canadian family, became one of the youngest victims when she and her parents were unable to reach the lifeboats in time. Her nursemaid had taken the family's baby son to safety in a lifeboat, but the parents and their toddler daughter were lost when the ship went down. The baby, Hudson Allison, became the only member of his immediate family to survive. The crew members who survived often carried tremendous guilt about their escape, while so many passengers perished. Some had been ordered into lifeboats to help manage them, while others had jumped into the water as the ship went down and been pulled aboard boats later. Many would struggle with survivors' guilt for years after the disaster, questioning why they had lived while others died. The ship's officers had mixed fates during the disaster. Chief Officer Henry Wilde perished, as did First Officer William Murdoch, who had been on the bridge when the collision occurred. Some accounts suggest Murdoch may have taken his own life as the ship was sinking, though this remains unconfirmed. Second Officer Charles Lightoller survived after spending hours balancing on an overturned lifeboat, and his testimony would later prove crucial in understanding what had happened that night. Fifth Officer Harold Lowe had distinguished himself during the evacuation by taking charge of several lifeboats and organizing the only systematic attempt to rescue people from the water. His leadership had saved additional lives, though by the time he returned to search for survivors, most of those in the water had already succumbed to the cold. The disaster's impact extended far beyond those directly involved. Families around the world waited anxiously for news of their loved ones, often for days before learning their fate. The wireless reports from the Carpathia were limited and often contradictory, leaving many in agonizing uncertainty about who had survived and who had perished. The class distinctions that had defined life aboard the Titanic were starkly reflected in the casualty lists. Wealthy passengers' names appeared prominently in newspaper coverage, while third-class passengers often received little more than a mention in the statistics. Many immigrant families lost their primary breadwinners, leaving wives and children stranded in foreign countries with limited resources. The crew's families faced particular hardships. Many of the men who died had been the sole support for their households, and the shipping company's compensation was often inadequate. Widows and orphans struggled to survive in an era before social safety nets, and some charitable organizations were established to provide assistance to those left behind. The ship's design flaws became apparent only in retrospect, when investigators analyzed what had gone wrong. The watertight compartments that were supposed to make the ship unsinkable had failed because they didn't extend high enough above the waterline. As water filled the damaged compartments, it spilled over the tops of the bulkheads into adjacent compartments, creating a cascading failure that doomed the vessel. The quality of materials used in the ship's construction also came under scrutiny. The steel used in the hull, while considered high grade in 1912, was later found to be brittle in cold water conditions. The rivets that held the hull plates together contained high levels of slag, making them prone to failure under stress. These material defects may have worsened the damage caused by the iceberg impact. The ship's speed at the time of collision had been approximately 22.5 knots, close to her maximum speed, despite the ice warnings that had been received throughout the day. This speed was not unusual for the time, as passenger liners were expected to maintain their schedules regardless of conditions. The competitive pressure to arrive in New York on time had influenced the decision to maintain speed rather than reduce it as a precaution. The ice conditions in the North Atlantic during April 1912 had been unusually severe due to the mild winter, which had caused more icebergs than normal to break away from the Greenland ice sheet and drift south into the shipping lanes. The ice field extended much further south than was typical for that time of year, creating hazardous conditions that were not immediately apparent to ships following their established routes. The lookouts in the crow's nest had been handicapped by the lack of binoculars, which had been locked away due to a last-minute change in officers before the ship left Southampton. The calm sea conditions had also made it difficult to spot icebergs, as there were no waves breaking against their bases to reveal their presence. The clear but moonless night had created deceptive visibility conditions that made the iceberg nearly invisible until it was too late. The collision itself had lasted only about 37 seconds, but it had been long enough to cause fatal damage to the ship's hull. The iceberg had opened the hull to the sea across 6 compartments, 2 more than the ship was designed to survive. The damage extended approximately 300 feet along the starboard side, well below the waterline, where it couldn't be seen or effectively repaired. Thomas Andrews' assessment of the damage had been swift and accurate. Within minutes of examining the flooded compartments, he had calculated that the ship was doomed and had perhaps an hour and a half before she would sink completely. His mathematical analysis of the flooding rate and the ship's buoyancy had proven tragically correct, as the Titanic sank in almost exactly the time he had predicted. The evacuation had proceeded slowly at first, hampered by disbelief that such a large and apparently stable ship could actually be in danger. Many passengers had initially refused to leave the warmth and seeming safety of the ship for small boats on the dark, cold ocean. The crew's unfamiliarity with the lifeboat equipment had also slowed the process, as many had never participated in a full-scale lifeboat drill. The inadequacy of the lifeboat capacity had become tragically apparent as the evacuation proceeded. The 20 lifeboats could accommodate only 1,178 people, less than half of those aboard. This capacity had exceeded the legal requirements of the time, but those regulations were based on tonnage rather than passenger capacity and had not been updated to account for ships of the Titanic's unprecedented size. Many of the lifeboats had been launched only partially filled due to confusion, fear, and the persistent belief that the ship was unsinkable. Boat 7, the first to be lowered, had carried only 27 people despite having a capacity of 65. The precious lifeboat space had been wasted at the very moment when every seat was desperately needed for survival. The ship's electrical power had continued to function for most of the disaster, keeping the lights on and the wireless equipment operational. This had been crucial for maintaining order during the evacuation and allowing distress calls to continue. The ship's generators had been located high enough in the vessel to continue operating even as the lower decks flooded. The wireless distress calls had been received by several ships, but most were too distant to provide immediate assistance. The SS Californian had been relatively close, but had shut down her wireless for the night, and her crew had not recognized the significance of the rockets they observed in the distance. The RMS Carpathia had been the closest ship to respond, but she was still nearly 4 hours away at maximum speed. As the ship's bow had settled deeper into the water, the angle of the deck had made it increasingly difficult to launch the remaining lifeboats. The last boats had been lowered under extremely challenging conditions, with the ship listing noticeably. and panic beginning to spread among those still aboard. Some boats had been damaged during launching, while others had been swamped by people jumping from the deck. The ship's final moments had been marked by catastrophic structural failure. As the bow sank and the stern rose out of the water, the tremendous stress on the hull had exceeded what the ship was designed to withstand. The vessel had broken apart between the third and fourth funnels, with a sound that survivors described as like thunder or the tearing of enormous sheets of metal. The forward section had disappeared quickly beneath the surface, while the stern had settled back briefly before beginning its own final plunge. The ship's 4 massive funnels had collapsed as the structure failed, adding to the debris and chaos in the water around the sinking vessel. Steam and smoke had erupted from the ship as cold seawater reached the hot boilers, creating additional hazards for those in the water. The ship's orchestra, led by bandmaster Wallace Hartley, had continued playing almost until the end, providing a musical accompaniment to the disaster that many survivors would never forget. The exact final song they played remains a matter of debate, with some claiming it was "Nearer, My God, to Thee," while others insisted it was the Episcopal hymn, Autumn. The lights had finally failed just before the ship's final plunge, plunging the scene into darkness, except for the stars overhead. The sudden silence after the ship disappeared had been described by survivors as eerie and profound, broken only by the cries of those struggling in the freezing water and the gentle sounds of the lifeboats moving on the calm sea. At 2:20 a.m. on April 15, 1912, the RMS Titanic vanished completely beneath the dark waters of the North Atlantic Ocean, taking with her more than 1,500 souls and the dreams of an age that had believed technology could conquer nature. The ship that had been proclaimed virtually unsinkable had proven tragically mortal, victim of a collision that lasted mere seconds but changed maritime history forever. The great ship's lights disappeared beneath the surface, leaving only scattered lifeboats and debris floating on the calm sea, where moments before the largest passenger liner ever built had carried her cargo of hopes, dreams, and human ambition. The Titanic was gone. Her brief life ended in the cold depths of the Atlantic, taking with her the lives of passengers and crew who had trusted in human engineering and the promise of the unsinkable ship. In the silence that followed, the survivors in their small boats faced the dawn of a new day in a world forever changed by the loss of a ship that had represented the pinnacle of human achievement and the limits of human hubris. The Titanic's maiden voyage had ended not in triumph in New York Harbor, but in tragedy on the floor of the North Atlantic, where she would rest in eternal silence, a monument to both the heights of human ambition and the ultimate supremacy of the sea. The cold Atlantic water that rushed into the Titanic's hull moved with relentless efficiency, following the laws of physics with mechanical precision. Each gallon that entered the ship displaced air, added weight, and shifted the vessel's center of gravity inexorably forward. The flooding wasn't chaotic or random. It was methodical, predictable, and utterly unstoppable once it began. In the first few minutes after the collision, the rate of flooding seemed almost manageable to those who witnessed it. Water entered through the damaged hull plates at what appeared to be a steady but not catastrophic pace. The ship's pumps immediately began working to remove the incoming water, and for a brief moment, some crew members harbored hope that the pumping systems might keep pace with the flooding. But Thomas Andrews understood the mathematics of the situation with crystalline clarity. The damaged area extended across 6 compartments, and the volume of water entering the ship far exceeded the capacity of any pumping system ever installed on a passenger liner. The Titanic's pumps could remove approximately 1,700 tons of water per hour under ideal conditions, but the sea was pouring in at a rate of nearly 7 tons per minute through the punctured hull. The ship's designers had calculated that she could survive flooding in any 4 adjacent compartments. This calculation had been based on the assumption that the watertight bulkheads would contain the water within the damaged areas, maintaining the ship's overall buoyancy and stability. The flooding of 6 compartments created a scenario that exceeded every safety margin built into the vessel's design. As water filled the forward compartments, the ship began to settle by the head, her bow sinking deeper into the Atlantic, while her stern rose correspondingly higher. This change in the ship's attitude wasn't immediately apparent to passengers and crew, but Andrews could see it developing with each passing minute. The angle would continue to increase as more water entered the ship, and eventually it would reach a critical point where the process became irreversible. The watertight doors had closed successfully when First Officer Murdoch activated them from the bridge immediately after the collision. These doors were one of the ship's most advanced safety features, capable of being operated remotely through an electrical system that allowed the bridge to seal off damaged sections quickly. The doors had functioned exactly as designed, but they could only contain water horizontally, not vertically. The fundamental flaw in the watertight compartment system became apparent as the ship's bow settled deeper. The bulkheads extended only to E-deck, approximately 10 feet above the ship's normal waterline. As the forward compartments filled with water and the ship's angle increased, the water level in the damaged areas would eventually reach the top of the bulkheads and begin spilling over into adjacent compartments. This spillover effect would create a cascading failure that no amount of pumping could prevent. As each new compartment began flooding, it would add to the ship's forward weight, increasing the angle and allowing water to reach the next bulkhead. The process would continue inexorably until the ship could no longer maintain any buoyancy at all. Andrews had witnessed this mathematical progression in his mind within minutes of examining the damage. His training as a naval architect had taught him to visualize how ships behaved under various conditions, and his experience designing the Titanic gave him intimate knowledge of her construction and limitations. The 6 flooded compartments represented a death sentence for the ship, regardless of any efforts to save her. The crew members working in the damaged areas reported back to Andrews and Captain Smith with increasingly grim assessments. The mail sorting room on G-deck had flooded quickly, forcing the postal clerks to abandon their efforts to save the mailbags. Water was rising steadily in the forward cargo holds, and the squash court on G-deck was completely submerged. The flooding wasn't confined to a single level of the ship, but extended through multiple decks in the damaged area. Boiler Room 6, the furthest aft of the flooded compartments, presented particular challenges for the engineering crew. The massive boilers in this space were still hot from powering the ship's engines, and the incoming seawater created dangerous conditions as it contacted the heated metal. Steam erupted from the space, making it difficult for the crew to assess the damage or attempt any repairs. The engineering officers quickly realized that continuing to operate the boilers in the flooded compartments would be both dangerous and futile. Orders were given to draw the fires and shut down the boilers in the affected areas. This process required careful attention to prevent explosions or other catastrophic failures as the cold seawater continued to rise around the hot metal. The ship's electrical power remained stable during these early stages of the disaster, as the generating equipment was located well above the flooding. The lights continued to burn throughout the ship, and the wireless equipment operated normally, allowing the distress calls to continue without interruption. This electrical power would prove crucial for maintaining order during the evacuation and keeping essential systems operating as long as possible. Captain Smith ordered the ship's officers to begin preparing the lifeboats for lowering, though the initial instructions were given quietly to avoid causing panic among the passengers. Many people aboard still didn't fully understand the severity of the situation, and the ship felt remarkably stable despite the ongoing flooding. The Titanic's enormous size and weight meant that the early stages of flooding didn't create noticeable motion or instability. The lifeboat preparation revealed another critical limitation in the ship's safety systems. While the Titanic carried 20 lifeboats, More than required by law, the crew's familiarity with the equipment was limited. Full-scale lifeboat drills were rarely conducted on passenger liners of the era, as they were considered disruptive to passenger comfort and schedule maintenance. Many crew members had never actually lowered a lifeboat from the Titanic's boat deck to the water level, a distance of nearly 70 feet. The davits and tackle systems were well engineered, but operating them under emergency conditions in darkness required skill and experience that many crew members lacked. The learning curve for this essential safety procedure was taking place during the actual emergency. The first distress call went out at 12:15 a.m., exactly 35 minutes after the collision. Senior wireless operator Jack Phillips began transmitting the traditional distress signal CQD, followed by the ship's call letters MGY. He also used the newer SOS signal, which had been established as an international standard just a few years earlier. The signals included the ship's position, estimated as 41 degrees 46 minutes north, 49 degrees 57 minutes west, based on the last calculated navigation fix. Several ships received the distress calls, but their responses varied significantly based on their distance from the Titanic and their ability to provide assistance. The RMS Carpathia, approximately 58 miles southeast of the Titanic's position, immediately changed course and began racing toward the scene at maximum speed. Captain Arthur Rostron ordered his ship's heating systems shut down to provide additional steam for the engines, pushing the Carpathia beyond her normal operational limits. The SS Californian, which was much closer to the Titanic's position, had shut down her wireless equipment for the night, as was common practice on ships with only one wireless operator. The Californian's crew observed rockets being fired in the distance, but they didn't interpret these signals as distress rockets requiring immediate response. This failure to recognize the emergency would later become one of the most controversial aspects of the disaster. As the evacuation preparations continued, the ship's angle became more noticeable to those who understood what to look for. Andrews moved through the ship continuously, checking on the flooding progress and observing how the vessel was responding to the damage. His trained eye could detect changes in the ship's attitude that weren't yet apparent to passengers and most crew members. The forward well deck, where third-class passengers had been able to enjoy open-air recreation during the voyage, began to show signs of the ship's changing condition. Water occasionally washed over this area as the bow settled deeper, though many passengers initially assumed this was simply the result of normal wave action rather than an indication of serious structural compromise. Inside the ship, the flooding continued its methodical advance. The forward cargo holds were now completely submerged, and water had begun entering spaces that hadn't been directly damaged by the iceberg impact. The ship's internal structure was designed to handle enormous stresses, but the uneven distribution of weight caused by the flooding was creating forces that no designer had anticipated. The passenger accommodations in the forward part of the ship began to experience minor flooding, as water found its way through various openings and connections. Some third-class cabins on the lower decks reported water seeping through the walls or rising through the floor drains. These reports initially seemed like minor inconveniences rather than symptoms of a catastrophic structural failure. The ship's officers worked to maintain normal operations in the areas not directly affected by flooding. Dinner service continued in some of the restaurants, and many passengers remained unaware of the severity of their situation. The Titanic's size and apparent stability made it difficult for people to comprehend that such a massive vessel could be in mortal danger from what seemed like a minor collision. Thomas Andrews continued his methodical assessment of the ship's condition, moving from compartment to observe the flooding firsthand. His calculations remained unchanged from his initial assessment, but he wanted to verify that the damage pattern matched his predictions. Each observation confirmed his worst fears about the extent of the hull breach and the inevitable progression of the flooding. The crew members working in the engine rooms maintained steam pressure and electrical power with remarkable dedication. even as water began entering the lower levels of their workspace. The massive reciprocating engines continued to operate normally, though they had been stopped shortly after the collision to prevent the ship from driving further onto the iceberg or complicating damage assessment efforts. The boiler rooms that weren't directly affected by flooding continued to maintain steam pressure for the ship's electrical generators and other essential systems. The firemen and engineers in these spaces worked under increasingly difficult conditions as the ship's angle changed and the normal routines of their work became complicated by the emergency situation. The ship's food preparation areas faced unique challenges as the flooding progressed. The kitchens and pantries were located on multiple levels of the ship, and those in the forward sections began to experience water intrusion. The staff worked to secure equipment and supplies that might be needed during the evacuation, though many still hoped the emergency would be resolved without requiring passengers to leave the ship. The passengers' reactions to the emergency varied dramatically based on their location within the ship and their access to information about what was happening. First-class passengers on the upper decks often learned about the situation from ship's officers or crew members who explained the precautionary measures being taken. Many of these passengers initially treated the lifeboat preparations as an inconvenience rather than a life-threatening emergency. Second-class passengers often relied on information passed along by other passengers or overheard from crew conversations. The passenger grapevine carried a mixture of accurate information, speculation, and reassuring rumors that made it difficult for people to assess their actual situation. Some passengers noted that the ship felt different, with subtle changes in vibration or angle that suggested something unusual was occurring. Third-class passengers frequently had the least access to official information about the emergency. Their accommodations were located furthest from the boat deck where the lifeboats were being prepared, and the ship's communication systems weren't designed to reach them efficiently during an emergency. Many relied on word-of-mouth information from other passengers or occasional announcements from crew members passing through their areas. The ship's design, which had emphasized passenger comfort and luxury, created complications during the emergency evacuation. The elaborate interior layouts that impressed passengers during normal operations became confusing mazes when people needed to find their way to unfamiliar areas like the boat deck. Many passengers had never ventured to the lifeboat stations during their time aboard the ship. The grand staircase that served as the ship's centerpiece became a crucial pathway for passengers moving between decks during the evacuation. The elegant space, designed for leisurely promenading and social interaction, was transformed into a vital transportation corridor as people sought to reach the boat deck. The wide sweeping steps that had seemed so gracious now served a more urgent purpose. The crew members responsible for passenger services found themselves in roles they had never trained for extensively. Stewards and stewardesses who normally focused on cabin service and dining arrangements were suddenly responsible for guiding passengers to lifeboat stations and explaining emergency procedures. Their familiarity with the ship's layout made them valuable guides, but few had extensive emergency training. As the first lifeboats were uncovered and prepared for lowering, the reality of the situation began to penetrate the consciousness of more passengers and crew. The sight of the boats being readied for evacuation served as tangible evidence that the situation was more serious than many had initially understood. Still, the ship's apparent stability and the calm sea conditions made it difficult for people to believe they were in immediate danger. The lifeboat capacity limitations became apparent as crew members began calculating how many people could be accommodated in the available boats. With approximately 2,224 people aboard and lifeboat space for only 1,178, the mathematical reality was inescapable. Even if every boat were filled to capacity, more than 1,000 people would remain aboard the ship. This calculation assumed perfect execution of the evacuation, with no boats launched partially filled and no equipment failures. The ship's officers faced the unprecedented challenge of conducting the largest maritime evacuation in history under conditions they had never trained for extensively. The boat drills that were typically conducted on passenger liners were limited affairs that didn't approach the complexity of evacuating the entire ship in darkness during an actual emergency. The scale of the operation required improvisation and adaptation of standard procedures. The loading of the first lifeboats proceeded slowly, hampered by passenger reluctance to leave the apparent safety of the ship for small boats on the dark ocean. Many women initially refused to be separated from their husbands, while others questioned the necessity of leaving such a large and stable vessel. The crew's efforts to maintain calm and order sometimes conflicted with the urgency of the situation. The ship's list began to develop as the flooding progressed and the weight distribution changed. Initially barely perceptible, this slight lean to starboard would gradually increase as more water entered the damaged compartments. The list complicated the lifeboat launching procedures, as the boats on the starboard side began to swing away from the ship's side, making it more difficult for passengers to step from the deck into the boats. The water temperature in the North Atlantic during April was approximately 28 degrees Fahrenheit, just below the freezing point of seawater. This temperature was cold enough to cause death from hypothermia within 15 to 30 minutes for anyone who entered the water without protective clothing. The crew understood this danger, making the successful deployment of every available lifeboat a matter of life and death for those who might otherwise end up in the water. The ship's musicians, led by bandmaster Wallace Hartley, assembled on deck and began playing music to help maintain calm among the passengers and crew. Their performance served both practical and psychological purposes, providing a sense of normalcy during the emergency, while also helping to mask some of the mechanical sounds associated with the lifeboat preparations and the ship's gradually changing condition. The flooding continued its inexorable advance through the ship's interior, reaching areas that hadn't been directly damaged by the iceberg impact. The ship's complex internal structure, with its maze of corridors, stairways, and compartments, channeled the water in patterns that sometimes surprised even experienced crew members. Water found its way through ventilation systems, electrical conduits, and structural connections that weren't obvious to casual observation. The engine room crews maintained their posts with remarkable dedication, keeping the electrical power operational and monitoring the ship's mechanical systems. Their work enabled the lights to remain on throughout most of the ship and kept the wireless equipment functioning for the crucial distress calls. The generators continued to operate normally, providing power for the lifeboat davits and other essential systems needed for the evacuation. As more lifeboats were prepared and the evacuation gained momentum, the ship's list became more pronounced. The slight lean that had been barely noticeable earlier now affected the operation of doors, the behavior of loose objects, and the comfort of passengers moving through the ship. Water could be seen occasionally washing over the forward well deck, providing visible evidence of the ship's changing attitude. The wireless equipment continued to transmit distress calls with remarkable consistency, despite the increasingly challenging conditions aboard the ship. The signals reached across hundreds of miles of ocean, alerting ships throughout the North Atlantic to the emergency. Each transmission included the ship's position and the urgent request for immediate assistance, though most vessels that received the calls were too distant to provide timely help. The temperature aboard the ship remained comfortable in most areas, as the heating systems continued to operate normally. This comfort contrasted sharply with the frigid conditions outside, where passengers would soon find themselves in lifeboats on the cold Atlantic. The ship's interior warmth made the prospect of evacuation seem even less appealing to many passengers who couldn't fully grasp the urgency of their situation. The crew's unfamiliarity with full-scale emergency procedures became increasingly apparent as the evacuation continued. While individual crew members performed their duties with skill and dedication, the coordination of activities across the entire ship revealed gaps in emergency planning and training. The passenger liner industry had never before attempted an evacuation of this magnitude under actual emergency conditions. The ship's public address system was limited compared to modern standards, making it difficult to communicate simultaneously with all passengers and crew throughout the vessel. Information spread primarily through personal communication, with crew members moving from area to area to relay instructions and updates. This communication method was time-consuming and sometimes resulted in conflicting or incomplete information reaching different groups of people. As the evacuation progressed into its second hour, the ship's condition continued to deteriorate according to the pattern Andrews had predicted. The water level in the forward compartments reached the tops of the watertight bulkheads, and spillover into adjacent compartments began. This cascade effect accelerated the flooding process and increased the rate at which the ship's bow settled deeper into the water. The angle of the ship's deck became noticeable to passengers and crew throughout the vessel. Objects that had been stable began to slide or shift position, and walking through some areas required attention to the changed geometry of corridors and stairways. The ship's massive size meant that even small changes in angle translated to significant differences in elevation between the bow and stern areas. The lifeboat launching procedures revealed additional challenges as the evacuation continued. The davits and tackle systems worked effectively, but the process of loading passengers and lowering boats safely to the water required careful coordination and considerable time. Each boat took several minutes to load and launch properly, time that became increasingly precious as the ship's condition worsened. The distinction between passenger classes became both more and less important as the emergency progressed. While the women and children first protocol was generally followed, access to the boat deck varied significantly based on passengers' familiarity with the ship's layout and their proximity to the lifeboat stations. First-class passengers generally had easier access to the evacuation areas, while third-class passengers often faced longer and more complex journeys through the ship's interior. The crew members working in the ship's lower levels reported increasingly difficult conditions as water continued to enter damaged areas. Some spaces became inaccessible due to flooding, while others remained operational, but showed clear signs of the ship's changing condition. The engineering crew maintained essential services with remarkable persistence, understanding that their work was crucial for the safety of everyone aboard. The ship's list increased gradually but consistently, affecting both the mechanical operation of equipment and the psychological state of passengers and crew. The visual evidence of the ship's distress became undeniable as the lean developed, making it impossible to maintain the fiction that the situation was merely a precautionary exercise. The reality of the emergency could no longer be disguised or minimized. As the flooding progressed into the third hour after the collision, the cascading failure of the watertight compartment system accelerated the ship's deterioration. Water spilling over the bulkheads entered compartments that hadn't been directly damaged by the iceberg, adding weight and further changing the ship's center of gravity. The mathematical precision of the flooding process continued exactly as Andrews had calculated. The evacuation entered its most critical phase as the remaining lifeboats were prepared for launching under increasingly difficult conditions. The ship's list made it harder to load passengers safely, and the growing angle of the deck complicated the mechanical operation of the davit systems. Crew members improvised solutions to these challenges, but each boat launch became more complex and time-consuming. The passengers still aboard the ship faced an increasingly obvious choice between the apparent safety of remaining on the large vessel and the uncertainty of the small lifeboats on the dark ocean. The ship's size and familiar comfort contrasted sharply with the exposed vulnerability of the boats, making the decision to evacuate emotionally difficult, even as the rational need became undeniable. The electrical power system continued to function with remarkable reliability, providing illumination throughout most of the ship and powering the essential systems needed for the evacuation. The engineers and electricians maintaining these systems worked under increasingly challenging conditions as water entered more areas of the ship, and the changing angle affected equipment operation. The water reaching the ship's upper decks became visible evidence of the flooding's progress that no one could ignore. The forward welldeck, which had been dry earlier in the evening, now showed clear signs of submersion as waves occasionally washed over areas that should have been well above the waterline. The ship's bow continued its inexorable descent into the Atlantic. The final lifeboats were prepared and loaded under conditions that would have been considered impossible earlier in the evening. The ship's list had progressed to the point where normal launching procedures required significant modification. Crew members used ropes, improvised equipment, and sheer determination to get the remaining boats away from the ship with as many people as possible aboard. The ship's structure began to show signs of the enormous stresses created by the uneven weight distribution and the forces generated by the flooding. Unusual sounds echoed through the vessel as steel beams and plates adjusted to loads they had never been designed to bear. The ship was being subjected to stresses that exceeded every engineering calculation used in her design and construction. The engine room crews maintained their posts until the rising water made their positions untenable. Their dedication kept the power systems operating far longer than might have been expected under such extreme conditions. The lights that continued to burn throughout the ship served as beacons of hope for those still working to evacuate passengers and as navigation aids for the lifeboats already in the water. The final passengers and crew members still aboard faced the reality that no more lifeboats remained to carry them to safety. The ship's list had increased to the point where walking on deck required careful attention to footing, and loose objects throughout the vessel had begun sliding toward the starboard side. The mathematical certainty of the ship's fate could no longer be denied or delayed. The water level inside the ship reached critical areas that had remained dry throughout most of the emergency. The flooding progressed through ventilation systems, elevator shafts, and other vertical passages that connected the ship's multiple deck levels. The complex internal architecture that had made the Titanic so impressive during construction now provided pathways for the sea to claim more of the vessel's interior. The ship's enormous funnels, which had symbolized her power and modernity, began to show the effects of the changing stresses on the vessel's structure. These massive smokestacks, each weighing hundreds of tons, were supported by guy wires and internal framework that depended on the ship maintaining her design shape and stability. As the hull distorted under the flooding, these support systems were subjected to forces beyond their engineering limits. The forward portion of the ship settled so deeply that the ocean began washing over areas that had been designed as passenger promenades and recreation spaces. The water was no longer contained within the ship's hull, but was now claiming external areas that had been intended for passenger enjoyment during the voyage. The boundary between ship and sea was dissolving as the Atlantic reclaimed what had been taken from it. The angle of the deck increased beyond the point where normal movement was possible without assistance. Passengers and crew members still aboard had to brace themselves against fixed objects or use handholds to maintain their footing. The ship's geometry had changed so dramatically that familiar spaces became alien and dangerous. Walking required the skills of a mountaineer rather than the casual movement of a passenger liner. The electrical systems finally began to fail as water reached critical components that had maintained power throughout the emergency. The lights that had provided comfort and visibility during the evacuation flickered and went out in sections of the ship. The wireless equipment fell silent as power to the radio room was lost, ending the distress calls that had continued for hours. The ship's structure reached the limits of its ability to withstand the enormous stresses created by the flooding and the resulting changes in weight distribution. The steel that had been crafted with such care in Belfast was being asked to bear loads that no designer had ever imagined. The rivets that had been driven by hand were subjected to forces that exceeded their engineering specifications. With a sound that witnesses described as unlike anything they had ever heard, the ship's hull began to fail catastrophically. The enormous stresses concentrated at the point where the flooded forward section met the still buoyant stern section, creating forces that exceeded the structural capacity of the steel and rivets holding the vessel together. The ship was literally tearing herself apart under the influence of her own weight and the uneven buoyancy created by the flooding. The fracture propagated through the ship's structure with devastating speed, separating the forward section from the stern in a cascade of structural failure. The sound of tearing metal, collapsing decks, and failing equipment created a cacophony that could be heard for miles across the calm ocean. The ship that had taken 26 months to build was destroying herself in mere minutes. The forward section, already heavy with water, began its final descent immediately. The weight of the flooded compartments pulled this portion of the ship down rapidly, while the stern section, suddenly freed from the weight of the bow, settled back into the water momentarily. The two sections of the ship that had been one magnificent vessel were now separate entities, each following its own path to destruction. The stern section, temporarily relieved of the forward weight, appeared to stabilize briefly before beginning its own final plunge. The massive propellers, which had driven the ship across the Atlantic with such power and precision, rose out of the water as the stern section rotated and began to sink. The engineering marvel that had been the Titanic's propulsion system was silhouetted against the star-filled sky for a few final moments. At 2:20 a.m. on April 15, 1912, the last visible portion of the RMS Titanic disappeared beneath the surface of the North Atlantic Ocean. The ship that had embodied the pinnacle of human engineering achievement and represented the confidence of an age that believed technology could master nature had been claimed by the very forces her designers had sought to defeat. The ocean closed over the broken remains of the vessel, leaving only ripples on the calm surface to mark where the greatest passenger liner ever built had met her end. The sea that had seemed so benign during the ship's final hours had proven inexorably more powerful than steel, rivets, and human ambition, where moments before the Titanic's lights had blazed against the darkness. Now there was only darkness, and the gentle sounds of the ocean reclaiming what had been briefly taken from it. The survivors scattered across the black water in their 20 lifeboats found themselves witnesses to something that seemed impossible to comprehend. The largest moving object ever created by human hands had vanished completely, as if it had never existed at all. The sea that stretched endlessly in every direction showed no trace of the magnificent vessel that had carried them across the Atlantic for 4 days. Only floating debris and the distant cries of those struggling in the freezing water provided evidence that the Titanic had ever been more than a dream. The mathematics of survival now became brutally simple. The water temperature of 28 degrees Fahrenheit would claim the lives of anyone immersed in it within minutes. The human body simply cannot function in such extreme cold, and consciousness fades quickly as hypothermia sets in with merciless efficiency. Those who had jumped or fallen from the ship during her final moments faced an enemy as implacable as the iceberg itself. The lifeboats drifted in the darkness, their occupants struggling to process what they had witnessed. Many had refused to believe until the final seconds that such a massive and apparently stable vessel could actually disappear beneath the waves. The Titanic's reputation for safety, her enormous size, and her advanced engineering had created a sense of invulnerability that persisted even as the evidence of catastrophe mounted around them. In the boats themselves, the survivors faced their own desperate challenges. Most of the craft had been designed for short-term emergency evacuation, not extended survival on the open ocean in freezing conditions. The boats lacked adequate provisions, warm clothing, and in many cases, experienced seamen who knew how to manage them properly in rough conditions. What had seemed like salvation when they left the ship now presented its own set of life-threatening challenges. The loading of the boats had been chaotic and uneven, reflecting both the crew's inexperience with full-scale evacuation procedures and the passengers' initial reluctance to leave the apparent safety of the ship. Boat number 7, one of the first to be lowered, carried only 27 people, despite having a capacity of 65. The precious space that could have saved lives had been wasted due to fear, confusion, and the persistent belief that rescue ships would arrive before the Titanic actually sank. Boat number 1, with a capacity of 40 people, had left the ship with only 12 occupants aboard. The boat contained a mixture of first-class passengers and crew members, but the launching had been rushed and poorly coordinated. Similar scenes had played out across the ship as valuable lifeboat capacity went unused, while more than 1,500 people remained aboard the doomed vessel. The social dynamics that had defined life aboard the Titanic persisted even in the desperate circumstances of the lifeboats. Some craft carried predominantly wealthy passengers who had enjoyed priority access to the boat deck, while others held mainly crew members and third-class passengers who had struggled through the ship's complex interior to reach the evacuation areas. The artificial barriers of class and wealth seemed absurd in the face of shared survival, yet they continued to influence how people interacted even in their darkest hour. Officer Charles Lightoller found himself balancing on the overturned hull of Collapsible B, organizing about 30 men in a precarious arrangement that required constant cooperation to prevent the air-filled boat from rolling over completely. The men took turns supporting each other throughout the night, their survival depending on maintaining perfect balance on the unstable platform while waves washed over their feet and legs. Collapsible A had been washed from the deck during the ship's final moments, landing upright but partially flooded. Approximately 15 people managed to climb aboard the swamped boat, where they stood knee-deep in freezing water throughout the remainder of the night. Several died from exposure before dawn, their bodies carefully moved to the edges of the boat to maintain its precarious buoyancy. The temperature continued to drop as the night progressed, and hypothermia threatened even those who had successfully reached the lifeboats. Evening gowns and dinner jackets provided virtually no protection against the Atlantic wind and spray. Some boats had blankets that had been thrown in during the hurried loading process, but most survivors huddled together for warmth, while facing the very real possibility that rescue might never come. The emotional toll proved as devastating as the physical hardships. Families had been torn apart in the confusion of the evacuation, with wives separated from husbands and children from parents. Many survivors carried the terrible burden of knowing that their loved ones remained aboard the ship when she went down, but they wouldn't learn the final fate of family and friends until much later, if ever. The darkness that surrounded the lifeboats was profound and disorienting. With no moon visible and only starlight providing minimal illumination, the survivors could barely see from one end of their boats to the other. Some craft had attempted to stay together for mutual support, but the combination of darkness, current, and inexperienced boat handling had scattered them across several miles of ocean. The sounds that carried across the water added to the psychological burden of survival. The cries of those struggling in the freezing sea gradually faded as hypothermia claimed its victims, leaving behind a silence that seemed even more terrible than the earlier chaos. The survivors in the boats faced the terrible choice between attempting dangerous rescues that might swamp their own craft or listening helplessly as fellow human beings succumbed to the cold. Fifth Officer Harold Lowe made the most systematic rescue attempt, redistributing passengers among several boats to create space, then returning to search for survivors in the water. His efforts saved a few lives, but by the time he reached the area where the ship had gone down, the brutal cold had already claimed most of those who had entered the sea. The handful he found alive were in the final stages of hypothermia. The lifeboats themselves varied dramatically in their seaworthiness and equipment. Some leaked continuously, requiring constant bailing to prevent them from swamping. Others had damaged oars or missing equipment that made them difficult to manage. Several boats had no experienced seamen aboard, leaving passengers to figure out basic boat handling while dealing with shock, grief, and exposure. Food and water were virtually non-existent across the scattered craft. A few boats contained small emergency supplies, but nothing adequate for the number of people or the potential duration of their ordeal. Thirst became an increasing problem as the night wore on, made worse by salt spray and the stress of their situation. Some survivors attempted to drink seawater, which only accelerated their deterioration. The psychological state of the survivors ranged from remarkable composure to complete breakdown. Some individuals took charge of their boats, organizing the other occupants and maintaining discipline throughout the night. Others fell into shock or despair, requiring constant attention from fellow survivors. A few became irrational or combative, creating additional challenges for boat management in already desperate circumstances. Children in the boats presented special difficulties for the adult survivors. Separated from parents or guardians and terrified by the chaos and cold, some cried continuously, while others retreated into stunned silence. The adults did their best to comfort the youngest survivors, sharing whatever warmth or protection they could provide while dealing with their own trauma and uncertainty. As the hours passed, hypothermia claimed additional lives even among those who had successfully escaped the sinking ship. Elderly passengers and those already in poor health proved particularly vulnerable to the extreme conditions. Some survivors died quietly, their bodies growing still as their companions continued to struggle with their own survival, serving as constant reminders of how precarious their situation remained. The search for the exact position became crucial as potential rescue ships attempted to locate the scattered lifeboats. The coordinates transmitted in the distress calls represented the ship's last calculated position, but ocean currents and the time elapsed since the sinking meant the survivors had likely drifted considerable distances from that point. Rescue vessels would need to search a large area of ocean, and in the darkness, the small boats would be nearly invisible. Some lifeboats attempted to signal their presence by lighting pieces of paper or cloth, but the materials available were limited and often too wet to burn effectively. The boats carried no flares or proper signaling devices beyond a few whistles. Their ability to attract attention from searching ships would depend largely on luck, persistence, and the approaching dawn. The class distinctions that had rigidly defined the Titanic's social structure became meaningless in the lifeboats, where survival depended on cooperation rather than wealth or social status. Millionaires sat beside immigrant families, sharing whatever warmth and comfort could be found in their desperate circumstances. Crew members who had worked in the ship's engine rooms found themselves commanding boats filled with first-class passengers who had never imagined such a reversal of social order. Officer Lightoller, maintaining his precarious position on the overturned collapsible B, kept the men organized throughout the night by establishing shifts and focusing their attention on collective survival rather than individual despair. His leadership helped prevent panic and kept the makeshift raft stable enough to support its human cargo until help could arrive. The women and children who comprised the majority of lifeboat occupants often lacked any experience with small boats or survival situations. Many had never been in such craft on open ocean, and the constant motion, spray, and fear created severe seasickness in addition to their other hardships. Vomiting weakened already stressed individuals and added to the misery of their confined conditions. Boat number 6 experienced significant leadership problems as Quartermaster Robert Hykins became increasingly pessimistic and defeatist as the night progressed. Passenger Margaret Brown challenged his authority and helped maintain morale among the boat's occupants, illustrating how the crisis had disrupted normal social conventions and created opportunities for unconventional leadership to emerge. The sounds of voices across the water provided both comfort and torment for the survivors. Hearing other boats offered reassurance that they weren't completely alone, but the voices also included desperate calls for help from people in the water who couldn't be reached safely. The survivors faced the agonizing choice between attempting rescues that might doom their own boats or listening to fellow human beings cry out in the darkness until the cold finally silenced them. As the first hints of dawn began to appear on the eastern horizon, the survivors faced the prospect of a new day with emotions that ranged from hope to despair. Daylight would make them more visible to potential rescue ships, but it would also reveal the full extent of their isolation and the magnitude of the disaster they had witnessed. The approaching sunrise brought practical challenges as well as emotional ones. Whatever supplies existed in the boats would need to be carefully rationed based on the realistic possibility of extended survival rather than immediate rescue. The few blankets and pieces of protective clothing required distribution based on greatest need rather than previous social standing or personal relationships. The temperature began to rise slightly with the approaching sun. But hypothermia remained a serious and immediate threat to many survivors. Wet clothing provided virtually no insulation against the wind and spray, and the combination of exposure, exhaustion, and trauma continued to claim lives even as rescue finally approached. Some who had survived both the sinking and the initial hours in the boats succumbed to the extreme conditions just as help was becoming visible on the horizon. In the growing light of dawn, a single ship appeared in the distance, her lights barely visible, but unmistakably real. The RMS Carpathia had covered the 58-mile distance from her original position in remarkable time, her engines pushed far beyond normal limits, and her crew working frantically to prepare for a rescue operation, unlike anything they had ever attempted. The sight of the approaching rescue ship brought overwhelming relief to those survivors who could see her lights on the horizon. Some boats attempted to row toward the Carpathia, though many were too weakened by the night's ordeal or had too few functional oars to make significant progress. The rescue ship would need to come to them, carefully maneuvering among the scattered craft to collect survivors without causing additional casualties. Captain Arthur Rostron had navigated through dangerous ice fields in complete darkness, risking his own ship and the safety of his passengers to reach the Titanic's last known position. His decision to respond immediately to the distress calls, pushing his vessel beyond safe operational limits while racing through hazardous waters, represented the finest traditions of seamanship and human compassion. The rescue operation that followed would be methodical and challenging, requiring hours to locate and collect survivors from boats scattered across several miles of ocean. The physical and emotional condition of those rescued varied dramatically, from individuals who could climb aboard the Carpathia under their own power, to others who required medical attention or assistance just to transfer from the lifeboats. But for the survivors of the RMS Titanic, the sight of the Carpathia represented the end of their nightmare and the beginning of their return to a world forever changed by what they had witnessed. The ship that had been proclaimed virtually unsinkable was gone, resting on the ocean floor more than 2 miles below the surface, where no human eye would see her again for more than 70 years. The dreams of luxury and technological triumph that had inspired the Titanic's creation had vanished with her beneath the dark waters of the North Atlantic. The confident age that had believed human engineering could master the forces of nature had received a devastating lesson in the limits of technology and the ultimate supremacy of the sea. More than 1,500 souls had perished in the disaster, making it one of the deadliest peacetime maritime catastrophes in history. Among the victims were passengers from every social class and crew members from every department of the ship, united in death by their shared fate aboard a vessel that had represented the pinnacle of human achievement and ambition. The Titanic's brief life and tragic destruction would forever serve as a reminder of both the heights human ingenuity could reach and the dangers of overconfidence in the face of natural forces. The ship had embodied the optimistic spirit of an era that believed progress was unlimited and technology could solve any problem. But her sinking marked the end of that unbounded faith in human mastery over the natural world. In the space of less than 3 hours on a cold April night in 1912, the greatest passenger liner ever built had been reduced to scattered debris floating on the surface of an indifferent ocean. The sea had reclaimed what had been taken from it, demonstrating with final authority that human ambition, no matter how grand or well-engineered, remained subject to forces beyond mortal control. The cold waters of the North Atlantic had closed over the broken remains of the RMS Titanic, taking with them the lives of those who had trusted in her promise of safety and the dreams of an age that had dared to call anything unsinkable. The ocean that had seemed so benign during the ship's construction and early voyage had proven inexorably more powerful than steel, rivets, and human determination. Where the lights of the greatest ship ever built had blazed against the darkness only hours before, now there was only silence and the gentle movement of waves under the starlit sky. The Titanic was gone, her magnificent presence erased from the surface as completely as if she had never existed, leaving behind only the survivors in their scattered boats and the eternal mystery of the deep. The sea had spoken with final authority, and the age of unbounded confidence in human technology had ended with the disappearance of a ship beneath the dark waters of the Atlantic, taking with her more than lives and dreams, but an entire era's faith in the supremacy of human engineering over the ancient and unforgiving forces of nature itself. The silence that followed was absolute, as if the ocean itself was holding its breath. The RMS Titanic, all 46,000 tons of steel and ambition, had vanished completely beneath the surface, leaving behind only the smallest ripples to mark where she had been. The water closed over her broken hull with the same indifferent calm it had shown 4 days earlier when she had departed Southampton with such fanfare and promise. In those final seconds before the stern section disappeared, the massive bronze propellers that had driven her across the Atlantic rose briefly into view, silhouetted against the star-filled sky like monuments to human engineering prowess. The same propellers that had been crafted with such precision in Belfast, designed to push the world's largest ship through any weather, now spun uselessly in the air before following the rest of the vessel into the depths. The sea temperature that night was 28 degrees Fahrenheit, just below the freezing point of salt water. The ocean that had seemed so manageable during the ship's construction, so conquerable through human ingenuity and determination, now revealed its true nature. Every gallon of that freezing water had poured through the punctured hull with mathematical precision, following the laws of physics that no amount of luxury or technological advancement could override. Thomas Andrews had calculated correctly. From the moment he examined the damage in those first crucial minutes after the collision, his mathematical assessment had been flawless. 6 compartments flooded meant the ship was doomed, regardless of the watertight bulkheads, regardless of the pumps, regardless of human hope or engineering confidence. The mathematics of buoyancy and displacement admitted no compromise, no negotiation with fate. The iceberg that had caused this catastrophe was already miles away, continuing its slow drift southward as if nothing had happened. The frozen mountain of ice, carved from Greenland glaciers perhaps decades earlier, had delivered its blow and moved on, indifferent to the human tragedy it had caused. Nature had demonstrated once again that all human achievements, no matter how magnificent, remained subject to forces beyond mortal control. The water that now filled the space where the Titanic had been was identical to the water that had surrounded her during construction in Belfast's Queen's Island shipyard. The same Atlantic Ocean that had welcomed her launch on that proud day in May 1911 had now reclaimed her completely. The circle was closed. The brief interval of human mastery over the sea concluded with finality. In the darkness above the wreck site, debris floated silently on the surface. Deck chairs that had provided comfort for wealthy passengers now drifted aimlessly. Life preservers that had been carefully stored throughout the ship bobbed empty, their wearers already claimed by the cold. Pieces of the grand staircase that had been the ship's crowning architectural achievement floated as mere fragments of carved wood, their elegance reduced to splinters. The ship's 4 massive funnels, each large enough to drive 2 trains through, had collapsed during the final breakup. These symbols of power and modernity, painted in White Star Line's distinctive buff and black colours, had been torn from their moorings by forces that exceeded every engineering calculation. They now lay somewhere in the crushing depths, monuments to the limitations of human ambition. The wireless equipment that had transmitted those desperate distress calls for nearly 2 hours had fallen silent permanently. The CQD and SOS signals that had reached across hundreds of miles of ocean had ceased abruptly when the power failed, cutting the final thread that connected the dying ship to the rest of the world. The last human voices from the Titanic had been stilled forever. Captain Edward Smith, who had commanded White Star vessels for decades without serious incident, had gone down with his ship according to maritime tradition. His decades of experience, his reputation for safety and reliability, his plans for retirement after this final voyage, all had meant nothing in the face of that iceberg. The sea recognized no hierarchy, acknowledged no human authority, respected no accumulated wisdom. The crew members who had remained at their posts until the end, maintaining power and assisting with the evacuation, had demonstrated the finest traditions of seamanship, even as their ship betrayed every promise of safety. The firemen who had fed coal to the boilers, the engineers who had kept the generators running, the postal clerks who had tried to save the mail, all had perished in service to their duty and their fellow human beings. The passengers who had trusted in the ship's reputation for safety had learned too late that no human creation was immune to disaster. The millionaires in first class and the emigrants in third class, the elderly couples and the young families, all had discovered that the ocean made no distinction between rich and poor, famous and unknown, when it claimed its victims. The grand dining rooms where elegant meals had been served on fine china now lay crushed under millions of tons of water pressure. The Turkish baths that had provided luxury beyond imagination were filled with the same freezing water that surrounded the entire wreck. The gymnasium where passengers had exercised on the latest equipment was silent and dark, its rowing machines and exercise bikes rendered meaningless by the ultimate demonstration of human powerlessness. The libraries that had contained thousands of books, the smoking rooms where gentlemen had discussed business and politics, the music rooms where orchestras had provided entertainment, all had been reduced to debris scattered across the ocean floor. The accumulated culture and refinement that the ship had represented was now mixed with sand and sediment in the crushing darkness of the deep ocean. The engineering marvels that had made the Titanic possible lay broken and scattered across 2.5 miles of seafloor. The massive engines that had been the largest ever built were silent forever, their pistons frozen, their boilers cold. The reciprocating machinery that had represented the pinnacle of steam engineering was now subject only to the slow processes of corrosion and decay. The steel that had been forged with such care, shaped by skilled craftsmen, and assembled with pride, had proven insufficient against the force of the collision and the relentless pressure of the flooding water. The rivets that had been driven by hand, each one a testament to human labour and dedication, had failed when subjected to stresses their designers had never imagined possible. The watertight compartments that had earned the ship her reputation as practically unsinkable had become death traps, filling with water that spilled over their inadequate bulkheads in exactly the cascading failure that Thomas Andrews had predicted. The safety feature that was supposed to prevent sinking had instead ensured it, demonstrating how human confidence could become human folly. The lifeboat davits that had been designed to handle emergency evacuation stood empty now, their tackle hanging loose, their purpose fulfilled too late and too incompletely. The boats they had launched carried away only a fraction of those who had needed salvation, leaving behind more than 1,500 people to share the ship's fate. The bridge from which Captain Smith had commanded the ship was now part of the debris field, its instruments and controls scattered and broken. The wheel that had steered the vessel across thousands of miles of ocean lay silent, its last command having been the futile attempt to avoid the iceberg that sealed the ship's doom. The crow's nest where Frederick Fleet had spotted the iceberg and sounded the warning that came too late was now just another piece of wreckage in the darkness. The telephone he had used to alert the bridge would never carry another voice, its brief message having marked the beginning of the end for the greatest ship ever built. The cargo holds that had contained mail, personal belongings, and commercial goods were now opened to the sea, their contents scattered and lost. The mail that postal clerks had died trying to save was dispersed across the ocean floor. Letters that would never reach their intended recipients. Messages from a world that no longer existed. The coal bunkers that had held thousands of tons of fuel for the hungry boilers were empty now, their contents either consumed during the voyage or spilled into the sea during the sinking. The coal that had powered the ship's final journey lay mixed with everything else that had once made the Titanic a living, breathing vessel. The story of the Titanic stands as humanity's greatest lesson in ambition and humility. From that dinner conversation between Ismay and Piri to the final disappearance beneath the waves, we've witnessed how human dreams can reach extraordinary heights while remaining forever subject to forces beyond our control. The ship that embodied an era's confidence in technology became its most profound reminder that nature always has the final word. Thanks for joining me on this journey through history. Sleep well, and remember that even in our darkest moments, human courage and sacrifice shine brightest. In the second part, we focus what happened after the Titanic sank. On the morning of April 15th, 1912, as the first pale light of dawn crept across the North Atlantic, the ocean held its breath. Somewhere in those dark waters, nearly 1,500 souls had vanished beneath the waves just hours before, but scattered across the surface, in wooden lifeboats that bobbed like fragile shells against the immensity of the sea, 705 survivors clung to life, waiting for rescue that might never come. What happened next would reshape the world forever. Not just the immediate aftermath of that terrible night, but the investigations, the outrage, the reforms, and the cultural shift that followed. The Titanic disaster didn't end when the ship disappeared beneath the waves. In many ways, that's when the real story began. Tonight, we're diving into the untold chapters of the Titanic tragedy. The harrowing rescue mission, the explosive investigations that followed, and the profound changes that rippled out from that single night in April to transform maritime safety, international law, and the way humanity thinks about risk itself. Because while the sinking lasted just 2 hours and 40 minutes, its consequences are still unfolding more than a century later. So settle in, dim the lights, and prepare to discover what really happened after the Titanic sank. A story of survival, scandal, and the slow work of making sure such a tragedy could never happen again. At 4:17 in the morning, as the eastern horizon began to blush with the faintest hint of sunrise, Captain Arthur Henry Rostron of the RMS Carpathia spotted the first lifeboat. For nearly 4 hours, his ship had been racing through ice-filled waters at speeds that should have been impossible, driven by urgency and the terrible knowledge that hundreds of lives hung in the balance. The scene that greeted the Carpathia crew was one that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Scattered across several square miles of ocean, 18 lifeboats and rafts drifted like lost islands in an endless sea. Some were crowded beyond capacity with shivering passengers. Others floated, nearly empty, testament to the chaos and confusion of the evacuation. And in the distance, fields of debris marked where the greatest ship ever built had made its final plunge. The rescue operation began immediately. One by one, the lifeboats were brought alongside the Carpathia. Rope ladders were lowered, blankets distributed, and survivors hauled aboard with a mixture of relief and desperate grief. Many could barely speak. Others wept uncontrollably. Some sat in stunned silence, their minds struggling to process what they had witnessed. Margaret Brown, later known as the unsinkable Molly Brown, had spent the night rowing and encouraging other survivors in Lifeboat 6. When she reached the Carpathia, she immediately began organizing relief efforts for other survivors. distributing clothes and comfort to those who had lost everything. Her energy and compassion became a beacon of hope in those dark hours, but not all the rescues were straightforward. Fifth Officer Harold Lowe had been one of the few to return to the wreck site, searching for anyone who might have survived in the freezing water. His boat pulled 4 men from the ocean, including a Chinese passenger named Fang Lang, who had managed to cling to debris for hours in water that should have killed him in minutes. These men were among the very few pulled alive from the sea itself. As each lifeboat was emptied, the full scope of the disaster became clear. Entire families had been separated in the chaos. Children searched frantically for parents who would never be found. Husbands and wives discovered they were now widows and widowers. The demographics of survival told their own brutal story. Of the 109 children aboard the Titanic, only 56 had lived to see the dawn. The class divisions that had defined life aboard the ship continued even in rescue. First-class passengers, many still wearing their evening clothes, were quickly provided with private cabins and the best care available. Third-class survivors, many of whom spoke little English, found themselves crowded into common areas, struggling to communicate their needs or find information about missing loved ones. Captain Rostron faced an immediate dilemma. Other ships were converging on the area, including the Californian, whose failure to respond to distress signals was already becoming a source of controversy. But with hundreds of traumatized survivors aboard and limited medical facilities, Rostron made the decision to head directly for New York, rather than remain at the scene. The journey to New York aboard the Carpathia became its own ordeal. The ship, designed for 650 passengers, now carried nearly 1,300 souls. Every available space was converted into sleeping quarters. The ship's crew shared their own bunks with survivors. Meals were stretched to feed the unexpected passengers, and the ship's doctor worked around the clock, treating everything from exposure to severe shock. Survivors struggled with more than just physical injuries. Many were in deep psychological trauma, what we would now recognize as acute stress disorder. Some refused to believe the ship had actually sunk. Others became convinced that more rescue ships were coming, that their missing loved ones might still be found. The reality was too enormous to accept all at once. Wireless operator Harold Bride, who had been one of the Titanic's radio operators and had barely escaped with his life, found himself back at the radio key aboard the Carpathia. With his feet badly injured and his mind reeling from the disaster, he continued sending messages to shore, coordinating the rescue effort and trying to get word to anxious families around the world. The international character of the passenger list became apparent as survivors tried to make contact with home. There were Swedes, Germans, Irish, Chinese, Lebanese, and dozens of other nationalities represented among the rescued. Language barriers made the confusion worse, as survivors struggled to explain what had happened or to understand what would happen next. Among the most poignant stories were those of the Chinese survivors. 8 Chinese men had boarded the Titanic in Southampton, hoping to reach the United States for work. 6 of them survived the sinking, but their ordeal was far from over. Due to the Chinese Exclusion Act, they would not be permitted to enter the United States when the Carpathia reached New York. Their survival of the greatest maritime disaster in history would be followed by immediate deportation. As news of the rescue spread via wireless, the world began to grasp the magnitude of what had happened. Initial reports were confused and contradictory. Some newspapers announced that all passengers had been saved. Others suggested the ship was being towed to port. But as the Carpathia made its way westward, the truth began to emerge, and with it, a wave of shock that would circle the globe. The wireless traffic between the Carpathia and shore became a lifeline for desperate families. Names of survivors were transmitted as quickly as possible, but the lists were incomplete and sometimes inaccurate. In London, New York, and cities around the world, crowds gathered outside newspaper offices and shipping company headquarters, desperately seeking news of their loved ones. Meanwhile, other ships continued the grim task of searching for bodies. The ocean had scattered the victims across hundreds of square miles, and the recovery effort would continue for weeks. The German liner Bremen, arriving in New York days later, reported a horrifying sight. Bodies floating among the wreckage, mixing with deck chairs and debris in a macabre tableau that stretched to the horizon. On the evening of April 18th, 3 days after the rescue, the Carpathia finally reached New York Harbor. Thousands of people lined the waterfront, creating one of the largest crowds in the city's history. Families of survivors pushed against police barriers, desperate for news. Reporters shouted questions. Photographers captured every moment of the ship's arrival. Pier 54 became the center of the world's attention as the survivors disembarked. The scene was chaotic and heartbreaking. Some survivors were met by relieved family members. Others stepped onto the dock alone, everything they owned lost beneath the Atlantic. The wealthy passengers were quickly whisked away in private cars, while many of the poorer survivors found themselves dependent on charity organizations that had mobilized to help. But even as the survivors reached safety, their ordeal was far from over. The questions were just beginning. How had the unsinkable ship sunk? Who was responsible? What had gone wrong? And most importantly, how could such a disaster be prevented from ever happening again? The answers to these questions would come through investigations that would expose shocking failures, bureaucratic incompetence, and a maritime industry that had prioritized profit over safety for far too long. The Titanic disaster was about to become more than a tragedy. It was about to become a reckoning. As the survivors tried to rebuild their shattered lives, investigators on both sides of the Atlantic were already preparing for what would become two of the most intensive maritime inquiries in history. The questions they would ask, and the answers they would uncover, would change the way ships were built, operated, and regulated forever. The rescue was over. The real work was just beginning. And from the ashes of that terrible night, a new era of maritime safety was about to be born. Just 4 days after the Carpathia docked in New York, while survivors were still struggling to make sense of what had happened to them, the United States Senate was already mobilizing for what would become one of the most aggressive congressional investigations in American history. Senator William Alden Smith of Michigan, chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee, understood that this was no ordinary maritime accident. This was a disaster that had exposed fundamental flaws in an entire system, and he was determined to get answers before witnesses could disappear back to England, or evidence could be conveniently lost. On April 19th, while survivors were still giving their first interviews to stunned reporters, Smith was already issuing subpoenas. His target was clear: J. Bruce Ismay, the managing director of the White Star Line and one of the most powerful men in the shipping industry. Ismay had survived the disaster, and Smith intended to make sure he didn't slip away before explaining how his company's ship had become a tomb for 1,500 people. The investigation that followed would span 18 days and call 82 witnesses to testify. But this wasn't going to be a gentle inquiry into an unfortunate accident. Smith and his committee were determined to uncover what they suspected was a web of negligence, corner-cutting, and regulatory failure that stretched across 2 continents. The hearings began on April 19th at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York, with Ismay as the first witness. The scene was extraordinary. Here was one of the most powerful shipping executives in the world, sitting in a hotel ballroom, facing questions from American senators who clearly believed he had blood on his hands. The questioning was relentless and often hostile. Senator Smith's approach was methodical and devastating. He wanted to know why the Titanic had been traveling at full speed through ice fields. He wanted to know why there had been lifeboat drills for the crew, but not for passengers. He wanted to know how a ship certified to carry over 3,000 people had lifeboats for barely half that number. And most of all, he wanted to know how Ismay had ended up in a lifeboat while women and children died in the water. Ismay's testimony revealed a man trying to distance himself from responsibility while maintaining his authority. He claimed he had simply followed the orders of Captain Smith. He insisted that speed was normal practice for Atlantic liners. He suggested that more lifeboats wouldn't have made a difference because there hadn't been time to launch the ones they had. But under Smith's questioning, these explanations began to sound hollow. The investigation quickly expanded beyond Ismay to examine the entire system that had made the disaster possible. Witnesses included surviving officers, crew members, and passengers from all classes. Their testimonies painted a picture of a ship where safety had been subordinated to luxury, where regulations were inadequate, and where the people in charge had been criminally unprepared for emergency. Fifth Officer Harold Lowe testified about the confusion during the evacuation, admitting that many lifeboats had been launched only half full because no one had been properly trained in emergency procedures. Wireless operator Harold Bride described how ice warnings had been treated as routine messages rather than urgent safety alerts. Passengers testified about locked gates that had trapped third-class passengers below decks while first-class areas were being evacuated. But perhaps the most damaging testimony came from witnesses aboard the SS Californian. Captain Stanley Lord had maintained that his ship had been 19 miles away from the Titanic and couldn't have helped. But crew members testified that they had seen rockets firing in the distance and had reported them to their captain, who had done nothing. The committee concluded that the Californian had been much closer than Lord claimed and could have saved hundreds of lives if it had responded to the distress signals. As the investigation progressed, a larger story emerged. This wasn't just about one ship or one company. The entire regulatory system was broken. The British Board of Trade, which oversaw safety regulations, had based its lifeboat requirements on ship sizes from the 1890s, when the largest ships carried fewer than 1,000 people. As ships had grown larger, the regulations had never been updated. The result was a system where a ship could legally carry 3,000 people with lifeboats for barely 1,000. The American investigation also revealed shocking gaps in international maritime law. There were no requirements for round-the-clock radio watches, meaning that ships might not hear distress calls if their radio operator was off duty. There were no standardized distress signals. There were no requirements for lifeboat drills. There were no regulations governing speed in dangerous conditions. The entire system relied on the assumption that modern ships were essentially unsinkable, an assumption that had just been catastrophically proven wrong. Senator Smith's committee didn't limit itself to technical questions. They also examined the human cost of the disaster, calling survivors to describe their experiences and losses. These testimonies brought home the real impact of regulatory failures. Families had been separated forever because of inadequate evacuation procedures. Children had died because there weren't enough lifeboats. Passengers had frozen to death in the water, while the Californian sat motionless just miles away. The class divisions that had defined the disaster also came under scrutiny. Statistics showed that 97% of first-class women had survived, compared to just 49% of third-class women. The committee heard testimony about locked gates, about third-class passengers being directed to incorrect muster stations, about language barriers that had prevented immigrants from understanding evacuation instructions. These revelations sparked outrage across America. Newspapers demanded accountability. Public meetings called for justice. The disaster was being transformed from a tragic accident into a symbol of corporate negligence and regulatory failure. The investigation had given the public villains to blame and a system to reform. But the American investigation was just one part of a larger international response. In Britain, the Board of Trade was facing its own crisis of credibility. The same agency that had certified the Titanic as safe was now being blamed for the disaster. Public pressure forced the British government to launch its own investigation, though it would take a very different approach than the aggressive American inquiry. The British investigation, led by Lord Mersey, began in May 1912 and would span 28 days. But from the beginning, it had a different tone than the American hearings. Where the Americans had been confrontational and accusatory, the British investigation was more measured and, critics would argue, more protective of British institutions and officials. Lord Mersey's inquiry did reach many of the same technical conclusions as the American investigation. They agreed that the ship had been travelling too fast, that lifeboat regulations were inadequate, and that the Californian had failed in its duty to assist. But the British investigation was much more reluctant to assign blame to specific individuals or institutions. Captain Smith, who had died with his ship, was largely exonerated by the British investigation. Lord Mersey concluded that Smith had been following standard practice for Atlantic crossings and couldn't have been expected to do otherwise. This contrasted sharply with the American findings, which had been much more critical of the captain's decisions. The treatment of J. Bruce Ismay also differed between the two investigations. While the Americans had essentially put him on trial, the British inquiry was more sympathetic. They accepted his explanation that he had entered a lifeboat only after helping with the evacuation and seeing no other passengers nearby. The British press, however, was less forgiving, with many newspapers labelling him a coward who had saved himself while others died. The most controversial aspect of both investigations was the treatment of Captain Lord and the Californian. Both inquiries concluded that the ship had been much closer to the Titanic than Lord claimed, and that it could have saved many lives by responding to distress signals. But the British investigation was somewhat less harsh in its criticism, leading to decades of debate about what exactly had happened that night. The technical findings of both investigations were remarkably consistent despite their different approaches. Both concluded that the disaster had been caused by excessive speed in dangerous conditions, inadequate safety regulations, and systemic failures in emergency procedures. Both called for major reforms in maritime safety. Both identified the need for international cooperation to prevent similar disasters. But the investigations also revealed fundamental differences in how the two nations approached accountability and reform. The Americans were more willing to assign blame and demand punishment. The British were more focused on technical solutions and institutional reform. These differences would influence how the recommendations were implemented and how effective the resulting changes would be. The immediate impact of the investigations was enormous. Public pressure forced shipping companies to begin implementing safety improvements even before new regulations were officially adopted. Ships began carrying more lifeboats, conducting regular drills, and maintaining round-the-clock radio watches. The disaster had created a crisis of confidence in the shipping industry that could only be addressed through visible, dramatic changes. But the most significant impact of the investigations was international. For the first time, a maritime disaster had prompted coordinated investigation and reform efforts across multiple nations. The recommendations emerging from London and Washington would form the basis for the first International Maritime Safety Convention, a gathering that would fundamentally change how ships were designed, built, and operated around the world. The investigations had done more than assign blame or identify technical failures. They had created a new understanding of risk and responsibility in the modern world. The idea that technology could eliminate danger had been shattered. The assumption that progress was inherently safe had been challenged. The belief that market forces alone could ensure adequate safety had been proven wrong. As 1912 drew to a close, the immediate investigations were winding down, but their work was just beginning. The recommendations they had produced would need to be turned into international law. The technical changes they had identified would need to be implemented across thousands of ships worldwide. The cultural changes they had sparked would need to be sustained and deepened. The Titanic disaster had become more than a tragedy. It had become a catalyst for the most comprehensive reform of maritime safety in history. And as delegates from 13 nations prepared to gather in London for the first international conference for the safety of life at sea, the real work of preventing future disasters was about to begin. The investigations had answered the question of what had gone wrong. Now came the much harder task of making sure it never happened again. Sure, it never happened again. In November 1913, just 19 months after the Carpathia had docked with its cargo of traumatized survivors, delegates from 13 nations gathered in London for an unprecedented event. The International Conference for the Safety of Life at Sea would mark the first time in history that the world's maritime powers had come together to create binding international safety standards. The Titanic disaster had shattered the illusion that technology alone could guarantee safety, and now the world was determined to build something better from the wreckage. The conference convened at the Foreign Office in Whitehall, with delegates representing not just European powers, but the growing influence of America in maritime affairs. The United States delegation arrived with the moral authority of their aggressive investigation still fresh in everyone's memory. They had shown the world what aggressive accountability looked like, and now they were prepared to push for equally aggressive reforms. The negotiations were complex and sometimes contentious. National pride and economic interest clashed with safety concerns. British shipbuilders worried about the cost of retrofitting thousands of vessels. German delegates questioned whether American standards were appropriate for European shipping routes. French representatives pushed for requirements that would favour their own shipyards. But underlying all these discussions was the haunting memory of 1,500 people who had died because the existing system had failed. The conference divided into 6 specialised committees, each tackling a different aspect of maritime safety. The Radiotelegraphy Committee addressed the communication failures that had been so deadly on the night of April 14th. They recommended that all passenger ships maintain round-the-clock radio watches and that wireless operators be properly trained and licensed. The simple fact that the Californian's radio operator had gone to bed just before the Titanic's distress calls began had cost hundreds of lives, and the delegates were determined to ensure such a failure could never happen again. The Committee on Life-Saving Appliances tackled the most obvious failure exposed by the disaster. The existing regulations, which dated back to the 1890s, had become grotesquely inadequate as ships grew larger. The new standards would require sufficient lifeboats and life rafts for every person aboard, plus an additional 25% margin for safety. Ships would also be required to conduct regular lifeboat drills, ensuring that passengers and crew knew what to do in an emergency. Perhaps most importantly, the committee addressing ship construction began developing standards that would fundamentally change how vessels were designed. The Titanic's designers had believed that watertight compartments would make the ship unsinkable, but the disaster had shown that their calculations were tragically flawed. New standards would require higher watertight bulkheads, double hulls extending further up the sides of ships, and more sophisticated damage control systems. The Ice Patrol Committee addressed one of the most immediate dangers facing North Atlantic shipping. Icebergs drifting south from Greenland had been a known hazard for decades, but there had been no systematic effort to track and report their movements. The conference agreed to establish an international ice patrol service, funded jointly by all nations with significant Atlantic shipping interests. The United States Coast Guard would be assigned to operate the service, using ships and aircraft to monitor iceberg movements and broadcast warnings to all vessels in the area. As the weeks of negotiation continued, a new document began to take shape. The International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, or SOLAS as it would become known, represented more than just a treaty. It was a new philosophy of maritime safety, one that assumed disasters could happen and prepared for them, rather than simply hoping they wouldn't occur. The final document, signed on January 20th, 1914, contained provisions that would have seemed impossible just 2 years earlier. Ships would be required to carry enough lifeboats for everyone aboard. Radio watches would be mandatory around the clock. Regular safety drills would be required for both crew and passengers. Ice warnings would be treated as urgent safety messages rather than routine communications. Distress signals would be standardized so that any ship's crew could recognize a call for help. But the convention went beyond technical requirements to address some of the human failures that had made the disaster so deadly. New regulations required that passenger ships carry enough trained crew members to properly manage emergency evacuations. Language barriers, which had contributed to the high death toll among third-class passengers, would be addressed through multilingual safety instructions and crew training. The creation of SOLAS represented unprecedented international cooperation, but it also revealed the limitations of such efforts. While the major maritime powers had agreed on broad principles, implementation would depend on national governments actually passing laws and enforcing them. Some countries moved quickly to adopt the new standards, while others delayed or watered down the requirements. The outbreak of World War I in August 1914 complicated implementation of the new safety standards. Ships were converted for military use, shipyards focused on warship construction, and international cooperation became nearly impossible. The Ice Patrol Service was suspended as Coast Guard vessels were needed for wartime duties. Many of the safety improvements were postponed until after the war ended. Despite these setbacks, the fundamental principle established by SOLAS survived and grew stronger over time. The idea that maritime safety required international cooperation and binding standards became accepted wisdom. When the war ended, work resumed on implementing and expanding the safety regulations. New versions of SOLAS were negotiated in 1929, 1948, 1960, and 1974, each one incorporating lessons learned from new disasters and advances in technology. The Ice Patrol Service, resumed after the war, became one of the most successful safety initiatives in maritime history. Using ships, aircraft, and eventually satellites, the International Ice Patrol has tracked icebergs and warned shipping for over a century. Its record is remarkable. Since the service began operations, not a single ship has been lost to iceberg collision within the patrol's area of coverage. The ghosts of the Titanic had been transformed into guardians of future travelers. The impact of the new safety regulations extended far beyond preventing disasters. The requirement for sufficient lifeboats changed ship design dramatically, as naval architects had to find ways to accommodate large numbers of boats without compromising stability or passenger comfort. The mandatory radio watches led to the development of more reliable wireless equipment and better training for operators. The standardization of distress signals eventually evolved into sophisticated satellite-based rescue systems that can pinpoint a ship's location within minutes. Perhaps most significantly, SOLAS established the principle that safety requirements should evolve with technology rather than remaining static. Each new version of the convention incorporated lessons learned from recent disasters and advances in safety equipment. The Costa Concordia disaster in 2012, for example, led to new requirements for passenger safety briefings and evacuation procedures, showing that the spirit of continuous improvement, born from the Titanic tragedy, continues to this day. The cultural impact of these changes was equally profound. The Titanic disaster had shattered public confidence in the safety of ocean travel, but the visible implementation of new safety measures helped restore that confidence. Passengers could see the lifeboats, participate in the drills, and observe the radio operators maintaining their constant vigil. The reforms didn't just make ships safer, they made passengers feel safer, which was equally important for the survival of the passenger shipping industry. The transformation of maritime safety also influenced other industries and government policies. The principle that technological progress required parallel development of safety regulations spread to aviation, where early disasters led to similar international cooperation and safety standards. The idea that government had a responsibility to regulate private industry for public safety became more widely accepted, influencing everything from food safety to workplace regulations. As the 20th century progressed, the lessons of the Titanic continued to resonate in unexpected ways. When the space program began in the 1960s, NASA studied the Titanic disaster as an example of how overconfidence in technology could lead to catastrophic failure. The Apollo 1 fire in 1967, which killed 3 astronauts, led to safety reviews that explicitly referenced the investigations that followed the Titanic sinking. The disaster also influenced how society thinks about risk and responsibility. Before the Titanic, many people believed that technological progress automatically made life safer. The sinking showed that new technologies could create new dangers, and that safety required constant vigilance and improvement. This lesson became increasingly relevant as the century progressed, and new technologies, from nuclear power to genetic engineering, raised similar questions about the balance between progress and safety. The legal precedents established by the Titanic investigations also had lasting impact. The principle that companies could be held accountable for safety failures even when following existing regulations became an important part of maritime law. The idea that international disasters required international solutions influenced how the world would respond to future crises, from environmental disasters to public health emergencies. But perhaps the most important legacy of the post-Titanic reforms was cultural. The disaster had shown that even the most advanced technology could fail catastrophically, and that human judgment and preparation were essential for safety. This lesson influenced how engineers approached design problems, how regulators wrote safety standards, and how the public evaluated claims about new technologies. The men and women who had huddled in lifeboats on that April morning in 1912 could never have imagined how their survival would help reshape the world. Their testimonies in the investigations that followed had exposed systemic failures that went far beyond a single ship or company. Their suffering had created a moral imperative for change that transcended national boundaries and commercial interests. As the years passed and the survivors aged, their role as witnesses to disaster evolved into something larger. They became guardians of memory, reminding the world that behind every safety regulation was a human cost. When the last survivor, Milvina Dean, died in 2009 at the age of 97, she took with her the final direct connection to that terrible night. But the changes her survival had helped bring about continued to protect travelers around the world. The transformation of maritime safety after the Titanic represented more than just technical improvements. It marked a fundamental shift in how humanity approached the relationship between technology and risk. The disaster had shown that progress without adequate safeguards was not progress at all, but merely a more sophisticated form of recklessness. This lesson would prove prophetic, as the 20th century brought new technologies and new dangers. From the Hindenburg disaster to Chernobyl, from the Challenger explosion to the Fukushima meltdown, each new catastrophe would echo the lessons first learned in the freezing waters of the North Atlantic. The principle that safety must be built into systems from the beginning, rather than added as an afterthought, became a cornerstone of modern engineering and regulation. The Titanic disaster had begun as a story of technological hubris and human failure. But through the investigations that followed and the reforms they inspired, it became something else entirely, a testament to humanity's ability to learn from tragedy and build a safer world. The 1,500 people who died in the North Atlantic had not died in vain. Their sacrifice had purchased a century of safer travel for millions of others. As delegates left London in January 1914 with their new safety treaty in hand, they carried more than just a legal document. They carried a new understanding of what it meant to build and operate ships in the modern world. Safety was no longer optional or secondary. It was the foundation upon which everything else was built. The work they had begun would continue long after they were gone, evolving with each new technology and each new challenge. But the principle they had established would endure, that human life was more valuable than profit, that safety was more important than speed, and that the lessons learned from tragedy must never be forgotten. The Titanic had sunk, but from its wreckage had risen something unprecedented in human history. A global commitment to preventing such disasters from ever happening again. The ship that was supposed to be unsinkable had become something far more important. The foundation of a system that would make all ships safer for generations to come. In the years following the implementation of SOLAS, the transformation of ocean travel was remarkable. Ships began to look different, with prominent lifeboat davits and clearly marked emergency equipment visible to every passenger. The reassuring presence of safety equipment became part of the travel experience, a constant reminder that lessons had been learned and improvements made. The psychological impact on passengers was profound. Where once people had boarded ships with blind faith in technology, they now travelled with an understanding that safety was an active process requiring constant vigilance. Passenger safety briefings became routine. Lifeboat drills were accepted as necessary interruptions, and the sight of radio operators maintaining their watches provided comfort rather than concern about potential dangers. The shipping industry itself was transformed by the new requirements. Companies that had once competed primarily on speed and luxury now found safety becoming a major selling point. Advertisements began featuring prominently displayed lifeboats and modern radio equipment. The White Star Line, chastened by the Titanic disaster and the investigations that followed, became particularly aggressive in promoting its new safety measures, though the company would eventually merge with rivals as the industry consolidated in response to the massive costs of the new regulations. The technical innovations, spurred by the safety requirements, led to advances that went far beyond their original purpose. Better radio equipment developed for mandatory watches, improved communication throughout the shipping industry. More sophisticated lifeboat designs led to advances in small boat construction that benefited fishing fleets and pleasure craft. Improved navigation equipment developed to help ships avoid ice fields, enhance safety in all weather conditions. The Ice Patrol Service, established in response to the Titanic disaster, evolved into one of the most sophisticated ocean monitoring systems in the world. Beginning with simple ship-based observations, the service gradually incorporated new technologies as they became available. Aircraft patrols in the 1920s provided a bird's-eye view of ice conditions. Radar in the 1940s allowed for more precise tracking. Satellite imagery in the 1970s revolutionized ice detection and mapping. The success of international cooperation on maritime safety also influenced how the world would approach other global challenges. The model of nations coming together to establish binding safety standards was later applied to aviation safety, environmental protection, and public health. The International Civil Aviation Organization, established after World War II, explicitly modeled itself on the maritime safety conventions that had emerged from the Titanic disaster. But the most profound change was cultural. The disaster had shattered the Victorian faith in technological progress as an unqualified good. The new century would be marked by a more sophisticated understanding of risk, one that recognized that every advance in capability brought new responsibilities and new dangers. This lesson would prove essential as humanity grappled with atomic energy, space exploration, genetic engineering, and artificial intelligence. The survivors themselves played a crucial role in maintaining this cultural memory. As they aged, many became advocates for safety and preparedness, speaking at conferences and writing memoirs that kept the lessons of the disaster alive. Their first-hand accounts provided emotional weight to technical discussions about safety regulations, reminding engineers and regulators that behind every statistic was a human story of loss or survival. The annual remembrance ceremonies that began in the years following the disaster served not just as memorials to the dead, but as reminders of the ongoing responsibility to maintain the safety improvements that had been purchased with their lives. These ceremonies, held in cities around the world where survivors had settled or victims had lived, became focal points for discussions about current safety challenges and the need for continued vigilance. The Titanic disaster had revealed that the most dangerous moment in any technological advance was the period when capabilities had outpaced safety understanding. This insight would prove remarkably prescient as the 20th century brought wave after wave of revolutionary technologies, each carrying its own potential for both benefit and catastrophe. The investigations that followed the sinking had established another crucial principle: that accountability required transparency. The aggressive questioning of shipping executives and government officials had shown that safety could not be left to private industry alone, but required public oversight and the willingness to ask hard questions about comfortable assumptions. This principle of transparent accountability would become increasingly important as technologies became more complex and their potential consequences more severe. From nuclear power to pharmaceutical development, from financial markets to social media, the model of rigorous investigation and public accountability established by the Titanic inquiries would be invoked repeatedly throughout the century that followed. The disaster had also demonstrated the importance of international cooperation in addressing global challenges. The ice fields that had doomed the Titanic did not respect national boundaries, and neither did the solutions required to prevent similar disasters. This lesson would prove essential as humanity faced challenges that transcended national borders, from climate change to pandemic disease to cybersecurity. As the 20th century progressed and memories of the disaster began to fade, new generations of engineers and regulators had to learn the same lessons again. The tendency to believe that new technologies had eliminated old risks proved remarkably persistent. But the institutional memory embedded in SOLAS and similar safety frameworks helped ensure that hard-won knowledge was not completely lost. The discovery of the Titanic's wreck in 1985 brought renewed attention to the disaster and its lessons. When Robert Ballard's team found the ship split in two on the ocean floor, nearly 2.5 miles down, the images captured public imagination in ways that no written account ever could. The twisted metal and scattered debris provided stark visual evidence of the forces unleashed when safety systems failed. The condition of the wreck also provided new scientific insights into the disaster. The discovery that the ship had broken apart as it sank, rather than going down in one piece as most survivors had believed, led to new understanding of the forces involved in the sinking. This knowledge, in turn, influenced how modern ships were designed to maintain structural integrity under extreme stress. The exploration of the wreck site became a laboratory for testing new deep-sea technologies, from submersibles to remote-operated vehicles. The techniques developed for exploring the Titanic would later be applied to other underwater investigations, from shipwrecks to underwater geological surveys. Once again, the disaster had spurred technological advancement, though this time with much greater attention to safety and environmental protection. The artifacts recovered from the debris field became powerful tools for education and remembrance. Personal items like jewelry, clothing, and photographs provided intimate connections to the human stories behind the statistics. These objects, displayed in museums around the world, helped new generations understand that the disaster was not just a technical failure, but a human tragedy of enormous proportions. The ongoing deterioration of the wreck, caused by bacteria that consume iron in the deep ocean environment, added urgency to exploration efforts. Scientists estimated that the ship's structure would completely collapse within decades, making the current generation the last to see the Titanic as the survivors had known it. This realization spurred renewed efforts to document the wreck thoroughly, while also raising questions about whether human intervention could or should attempt to preserve it. The commercialization of Titanic exploration also raised ethical questions about how society should treat disaster sites. While some argued that commercial expeditions helped fund important scientific research, others contended that the wreck should be treated as a maritime gravesite deserving special protection. These debates reflected broader questions about the balance between scientific inquiry, commercial interest, and respect for the dead that would become increasingly relevant as technology made previously inaccessible sites reachable. The Titanic's place in popular culture evolved significantly throughout the century following the disaster. Early films and books focused primarily on the heroism of individuals during the sinking itself. But as understanding of the disaster's causes and consequences deepened, cultural depictions began to explore the broader themes of technological hubris, social inequality, and the responsibility of institutions to protect those they serve. The most successful cultural treatments of the disaster were those that managed to balance respect for the victims with insight into the systemic failures that had made their deaths preventable. James Cameron's 1997 film, while criticized by some historians for its fictional love story, was praised for its meticulous attention to technical details and its unflinching portrayal of the class distinctions that had influenced survival rates. The enduring fascination with the Titanic reflected something deeper than mere curiosity about a famous disaster. The story resonated because it captured fundamental anxieties about modernity itself, the faith in technology, the confidence in progress, the belief that human ingenuity could overcome any challenge. The disaster had shown that these beliefs, while not entirely wrong, were dangerously incomplete without parallel attention to safety, humility, and preparation for failure. As the 21st century brought new technologies and new risks, the lessons of the Titanic remained remarkably relevant. The development of artificial intelligence raised questions about the dangers of overconfidence in automated systems. Climate change presented challenges that required the same kind of international cooperation that had produced SOLAS. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated once again that global challenges required global solutions and that the failure to prepare for foreseeable risks could have catastrophic consequences. The Titanic disaster had taught the world that safety was not a destination, but a journey, requiring constant vigilance and continuous improvement. This lesson, learned at such terrible cost in the North Atlantic, had become one of the most valuable legacies of the 20th century. As humanity faced new challenges in the decades ahead, the voices of those who had survived that April morning in 1912 continued to whisper their warning. Never again assume that technology alone can guarantee safety. Never again trust that someone else is watching out for danger. And never again forget that behind every safety regulation lies a human story of loss that must not be repeated. The 1,500 people who died when the Titanic sank had become more than victims of a maritime disaster. They had become teachers, their sacrifice purchasing knowledge that would protect countless others in the century that followed. Their legacy lived on not just in the safety regulations that bore their names, but in the fundamental change in human consciousness about the relationship between progress and peril, between innovation and responsibility, between the possible and the safe. The ongoing work of memorializing the disaster and its lessons faced new challenges as the 20th century gave way to the 21st. The generation that had lived through the immediate aftermath was passing away, taking with them the visceral understanding of how profoundly the disaster had shaken public confidence. Younger engineers and regulators, born into a world where comprehensive safety systems were simply assumed to exist, sometimes struggled to understand why such elaborate precautions were necessary. This generational shift created subtle but significant pressures to reduce safety requirements in the name of efficiency or cost savings. The maritime industry, like many others, faced constant pressure to streamline operations and reduce regulatory burden. But the institutional memory embedded in organizations, like the International Maritime Organization, helped resist these pressures, maintaining that safety requirements should only be strengthened, never weakened, as technology advanced. The development of new materials and construction techniques in the latter half of the 20th century offered opportunities to improve safety while reducing weight and cost. Advanced steel alloys allowed for stronger, lighter hull construction. Computer modeling enabled engineers to test ship designs under extreme conditions without building physical prototypes. Satellite communication systems provided instant global connectivity that made the isolation experienced by Titanic passengers unimaginable to modern travelers. Yet each new technology also brought new risks that required careful evaluation. The introduction of aluminum superstructures in passenger ships improved stability and reduced weight, but early designs proved vulnerable to fire damage in ways that steel construction was not. The lesson that technological advancement required parallel safety analysis, first learned from the Titanic disaster, proved relevant once again. The growth of cruise ship tourism in the late 20th century created new challenges for safety regulators. Modern cruise ships carried more passengers than had ever been imagined when SOLAS was first written, and these passengers were often unfamiliar with maritime safety procedures. The complexity of evacuating thousands of people from a floating resort required safety innovations that went far beyond the lifeboat requirements inspired by the Titanic disaster. The Costa Concordia disaster in 2012 provided a stark reminder that the lessons of the Titanic remained relevant in the modern era. When the Italian cruise ship ran aground off the coast of Tuscany, killing 32 people, the parallels to 1912 were unmistakable. Once again, a supposedly safe ship had been lost due to human error and poor emergency procedures. Once again, passengers had died while evacuation systems failed. Once again, the maritime industry was forced to confront the reality that technological sophistication could not eliminate the need for proper safety procedures and competent seamanship. The investigation that followed the Costa Concordia disaster drew explicitly on the precedents established by the Titanic inquiries. International cooperation, transparent investigation, and comprehensive reform recommendations all followed the pattern established a century earlier. New requirements for passenger safety briefings, improved evacuation procedures, and enhanced bridge resource management reflected the same principle that had emerged from the Titanic investigations. That safety required both proper equipment and proper training in its use. The digital age brought new tools for maritime safety that would have seemed like science fiction to the investigators of 1912. Global positioning systems provided precise navigation that made getting lost at sea nearly impossible. Satellite communication enabled instant distress calls that could summon help from anywhere in the world. Weather forecasting had become sophisticated enough to predict dangerous conditions days in advance, allowing ships to avoid hazards entirely rather than simply responding to them. But the digital age also brought new vulnerabilities that required constant vigilance. Cyber attacks on ship navigation systems could potentially cause disasters as devastating as any iceberg collision. The increasing automation of ship operations raised questions about whether human skills were being maintained at levels adequate for emergency situations. The complexity of modern ship systems made it difficult for crews to understand all the potential failure modes, echoing the overconfidence in technology that had contributed to the Titanic disaster. The environmental movement of the late 20th century added new dimensions to maritime safety concerns. Oil spills from tanker accidents demonstrated that ship disasters could cause damage extending far beyond the immediate loss of life and property. The Exxon Valdez grounding in 1989 showed how a single navigation error could contaminate thousands of square miles of ocean and coastline. These disasters led to new safety requirements focused not just on protecting people aboard ships, but on protecting the marine environment from the ships themselves. The principle of international cooperation, established by the post-Titanic safety conferences, proved essential for addressing environmental concerns. Ocean pollution recognized no national boundaries, and effective prevention required the same kind of coordinated global response that had produced SOLAS. The International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, adopted in 1973 and modified in 1978, followed the same model of binding international standards that had emerged from the Titanic disaster. Climate change brought new challenges to maritime safety that the drafters of the original SOLAS Convention could never have anticipated. Melting polar ice opened new shipping routes through previously inaccessible waters. But these routes brought their own dangers from unpredictable ice conditions and extreme weather. Rising sea levels threatened coastal infrastructure and created new hazards for ships entering ports. More frequent and intense storms required ships to be designed and operated for conditions more severe than historical data suggested. The International Maritime Organization responded to these challenges by updating safety requirements and developing new guidelines for polar navigation. The Polar Code, which entered into force in 2017, established comprehensive safety and environmental standards for ships operating in Arctic and Antarctic waters. The code reflected the same precautionary principle that had emerged from the Titanic disaster, that new operating environments required new safety measures, developed in advance rather than in response to disasters. The growth of global trade in the late 20th and early 21st centuries created unprecedented volumes of shipping traffic, particularly in critical choke points like the Suez Canal, Panama Canal, and Strait of Malacca. The potential for collisions, groundings, and other accidents increased dramatically as these waterways became more congested. The same international cooperation that had produced maritime safety standards was extended to develop traffic separation schemes, vessel traffic services, and other tools for managing the safe flow of ships through busy waters. The container revolution that transformed global commerce also created new safety challenges. Container ships grew to enormous sizes, carrying thousands of containers stacked high above deck. The loss of containers overboard became a significant hazard to navigation, with thousands of shipping containers falling into the ocean each year. The environmental and safety implications of this cargo loss required new international agreements and safety standards, once again demonstrating the continuing relevance of the cooperative approach pioneered after the Titanic disaster. Advances in weather forecasting and satellite communication enabled the development of sophisticated ship routing services that could guide vessels around storms and other hazards. These services represented a dramatic improvement over the ice warning system established after the Titanic disaster, providing real-time guidance tailored to each ship's route and schedule. Yet they also created new dependencies that required careful management. As ships became reliant on external guidance systems that could potentially fail or be compromised. The development of autonomous and remotely operated vessels in the early 21st century raised fundamental questions about the future of maritime safety. If ships could operate without human crews, what would happen to the centuries of accumulated wisdom about seamanship and emergency response? How could safety systems designed for human operators be adapted for artificial intelligence? The questions echoed the same themes that had emerged from the Titanic disaster. How could society ensure that technological advancement enhanced rather than replaced human judgment and responsibility? The COVID-19 pandemic that began in 2020 provided an unexpected test of the international cooperation systems that had emerged from the Titanic disaster. When cruise ships became floating centers of disease transmission, the same principles of international coordination and rapid response that had been developed for maritime safety were applied to public health emergencies. The successful repatriation of thousands of passengers from infected ships demonstrated how effectively the international community could respond to crises when proper systems were in place. The pandemic also highlighted the continuing relevance of the Titanic's lessons about the importance of adequate preparation for foreseeable risks. The cruise industry had not adequately prepared for infectious disease outbreaks, despite clear warnings from public health experts about the vulnerability of ships to rapid disease transmission. The economic and human costs of this lack of preparation echoed the consequences of the maritime industry's failure to prepare adequately for disaster in 1912. As the shipping industry adapted to pandemic conditions, many of the solutions reflected principles first established after the Titanic disaster. Enhanced health monitoring systems provided early warning of potential problems. Improved ventilation systems reduced the risk of disease transmission. Modified emergency procedures ensured that health considerations were integrated into all safety planning. The same systematic approach to identifying and addressing risks that had emerged from the Titanic investigations proved effective for managing a completely different type of threat. The increasing automation of maritime operations created new opportunities for improving safety, but also new risks that required careful management. Automated collision avoidance systems could react faster than human operators, potentially preventing accidents that would have been unavoidable with manual control. But these systems also created new failure modes and required new types of training for ship crews. The challenge of maintaining human skills in an increasingly automated environment reflected the same tensions between technological capability and human responsibility that had emerged from the Titanic disaster. The development of artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies offered the possibility of even more sophisticated safety systems. Ships could potentially learn from their own experiences and those of other vessels, continuously improving their ability to recognize and respond to dangerous situations. Predictive maintenance systems could identify equipment problems before they caused failures. Advanced weather routing could optimize ship movements for both efficiency and safety. Yet these same technologies also created new vulnerabilities and dependencies that required careful consideration. The complexity of AI systems made them difficult to understand and predict, potentially creating situations where human operators could not effectively intervene when automated systems failed. The concentration of critical functions in software systems created single points of failure that could have catastrophic consequences. The same overconfidence in technology that had contributed to the Titanic disaster could potentially re-emerge in new forms if proper safeguards were not maintained. The lessons of the Titanic disaster provided important guidance for managing these emerging technologies. The principle that safety systems should be transparent and understandable to their operators argued against overly complex automation that crew members could not comprehend. The requirement for redundant safety systems suggested that critical functions should never depend entirely on automated systems, no matter how sophisticated. The emphasis on regular training and drills highlighted the need to maintain human skills even as ships became more automated. The continuing evolution of maritime safety standards reflected the dynamic nature of the challenges facing the shipping industry. New technologies, changing trade patterns, environmental concerns, and emerging threats required constant adaptation of safety requirements. The institutional framework established after the Titanic disaster provided the mechanism for this adaptation, ensuring that safety standards evolved with changing conditions rather than becoming obsolete. The International Maritime Organization, which had grown out of the early safety conferences inspired by the Titanic disaster, became the focal point for coordinating global responses to new maritime challenges. Its ability to bring together technical experts, government officials, and industry representatives from around the world enabled rapid development and implementation of new safety standards. The same spirit of international cooperation that had produced the first SOLAS Convention continued to drive progress in maritime safety more than a century later. The commemoration of the Titanic disaster evolved as well, moving beyond simple remembrance to active engagement with contemporary safety challenges. Memorial services began incorporating discussions of current maritime safety issues, using the lessons of the past to address the challenges of the present. Museums and educational institutions developed programs that connected the historical disaster to modern safety practices, ensuring that new generations understood both the human cost of safety failures and the ongoing responsibility to prevent them. The survivors of the disaster, as they aged and passed away, left behind more than just memories. They had established a tradition of bearing witness to the consequences of safety failures, a tradition that was continued by survivors of later maritime disasters and by safety professionals who understood the importance of remembering the human cost of inadequate preparation. Their voices continued to speak through the safety systems they had helped create, ensuring that the lessons learned from their suffering would protect future generations of travelers. The discovery and exploration of the Titanic's wreck site continued to yield new insights into both the disaster itself and the broader challenges of maritime safety. Advanced imaging techniques revealed details of the ship's construction and the forces that had caused its destruction. Analysis of the debris field provided evidence about the sequence of events during the sinking. Environmental studies of the wreck site contributed to understanding of deep ocean processes and the long-term fate of shipwrecks. But perhaps most importantly, the ongoing deterioration of the wreck served as a powerful reminder of the passage of time and the importance of preserving the lessons learned from disaster. As the ship's structure slowly collapsed under the pressure of the deep ocean environment, scientists and historians worked to document every detail before it was lost forever. The race against time to record the wreck's condition echoed the broader challenge of maintaining institutional memory of safety lessons as the people who had lived through disasters passed away. The commercial exploration of the wreck site raised important questions about the appropriate balance between scientific research, public education, and respect for the dead. While some argued that commercial expeditions helped fund important research and brought the lessons of the disaster to broader audiences, others contended that the site should be protected as a maritime grave. These debates reflected broader questions about how society should treat disaster sites and how the memory of tragedy should be preserved and transmitted to future generations. The development of new technologies for deep ocean exploration, spurred in part by interest in the Titanic wreck, had applications far beyond maritime archaeology. Remotely operated vehicles and advanced imaging systems developed for exploring the wreck site were later used for scientific research, underwater construction, and search and rescue operations. Once again, the disaster had catalyzed technological development that benefited society more broadly, though this time with much greater attention to safety and environmental protection than had characterized the original ship's design and operation. The continuing fascination with the Titanic disaster in popular culture reflected more than just morbid curiosity about a famous tragedy. The story resonated because it captured fundamental tensions in modern society about the relationship between technological progress and human welfare. Each generation found in the disaster reflections of their own anxieties about the pace of change, the reliability of institutions, and the possibility of preventing foreseeable catastrophes. The most enduring cultural treatments of the disaster were those that successfully balanced entertainment with education, helping audiences understand both the human drama of the tragedy and the broader lessons it offered about safety, responsibility, and the importance of learning from failure. These works served an important function in maintaining public awareness of the disaster's significance, ensuring that its lessons remained relevant to new generations facing different but related challenges. The Titanic disaster had fundamentally changed how humanity thought about the relationship between progress and safety, between innovation and responsibility, between confidence and humility. The ship that was supposed to represent the triumph of human ingenuity over natural forces had instead become a symbol of the dangers of overconfidence and inadequate preparation. But more importantly, the response to the disaster had demonstrated humanity's capacity to learn from tragedy and build better systems for protecting human life. The safety improvements that emerged from the disaster were not just technical modifications to ships and regulations. They represented a fundamental shift in consciousness, a recognition that technological capability must always be matched by ethical responsibility and practical wisdom. The investigators who had exposed the failures that led to the disaster had established principles that extended far beyond maritime safety to influence how society approached risk and responsibility in all areas of technological development. As the 21st century progressed and new technologies brought new possibilities and new dangers, the lessons of the Titanic disaster remained as relevant as ever. The same overconfidence that had led designers to believe their ship was unsinkable could be seen in contemporary attitudes toward artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and other powerful technologies. The same institutional failures that had allowed inadequate safety regulations to persist could be observed in other industries and regulatory systems. The same human tendency to prioritize immediate benefits over long-term safety considerations continued to create risks that future generations would have to address. But the disaster had also demonstrated that these problems were not inevitable. Proper investigation, international cooperation, and sustained commitment to continuous improvement could create systems that learned from failure and prevented repetition of past mistakes. The maritime safety framework that had emerged from the Titanic disaster provided a model for addressing other global challenges that required coordinated responses and long-term commitment to protecting human welfare. The voices of the survivors, carried forward through the safety systems they had helped create, continued to whisper their essential message, that behind every safety regulation lay a human story of loss that must not be forgotten, that technological progress without adequate safeguards was not progress at all, and that the price of safety was eternal vigilance in the face of ever-changing dangers. Their legacy lived on, not just in the lifeboats and radio watches and ice patrols that bore their names, but in the fundamental understanding that human life was more precious than profit, that safety was more important than speed, and that the lessons learned from tragedy must never be allowed to fade from memory. The 1,500 people who had died in the North Atlantic had become more than victims of a maritime disaster. They had become teachers, their sacrifice purchasing knowledge that continued to protect travelers more than a century later. Their story was no longer just about a single ship on a single night, but about humanity's ongoing struggle to balance ambition with responsibility, progress with precaution, and confidence with humility. In that struggle, their voices continued to guide the way, ensuring that their deaths had meaning and that their lessons would live on as long as humans ventured onto the sea. The body recovery operations that followed the rescue revealed the true scale of horror that had unfolded in the North Atlantic. While the Carpathia steamed toward New York with its cargo of survivors, other ships began the grim task of searching for the dead. The ocean had scattered the victims across hundreds of square miles, their bodies buoyed by cork-life vests, until the freezing water claimed them one by one. The cable ship Mackay Bennett was chartered by the White Star Line specifically for body recovery. Equipped with embalming supplies, coffins, and a team of undertakers, it became a floating morgue as it worked methodically through the debris field. The crew faced scenes that would haunt them forever. Bodies floated among deck chairs, luggage, and fragments of what had once been the world's most luxurious ship. The recovery effort followed a brutal triage system. First-class passengers, identifiable by their expensive clothing and jewelry, were embalmed and placed in coffins for return to shore. Crew members and third-class passengers were often buried at sea after their personal effects were catalogued. The class distinctions that had defined life aboard the Titanic continued even in death. John Jacob Astor, the wealthiest man aboard the ship, was identified by his monogrammed gold pocket watch. The timepiece, crushed by the forces of the sinking, but still recognizable, would later sell at auction for nearly $1.5 million. His recovery made headlines worldwide, but hundreds of other victims would never be found or identified. The German liner Bremen, arriving in New York days later, encountered a field of wreckage that stretched to the horizon. Passengers reported seeing bodies floating among the debris, creating a scene of such horror that many were unable to eat for days afterward. The image of human remains bobbing in the swells alongside splintered wood and twisted metal became seared into the public consciousness. Nearly a month after the sinking, the White Star liner Oceanic made a discovery that epitomized the disaster's lingering horror. Floating some 200 miles from the wreck site, they found Collapsible A, one of the Titanic's lifeboats that had been set adrift with 3 bodies still aboard. Irish author Shane Leslie, a passenger on the Oceanic, described the ghastly scene of 2 sailors with hair bleached by salt and sun, and a third figure in evening dress lying flat on the benches. The boat had been partially swamped during the evacuation, and those aboard had died of exposure before rescue could arrive. Sensational newspaper accounts suggested the men had starved to death, even claiming they had attempted to eat their life vests. These reports, while later debunked, demonstrated how the disaster had captured public imagination in ways both truthful and grotesque. Of the estimated 1,500 people who died that night, only 328 bodies were ever recovered. The vast majority vanished into the depths of the North Atlantic, their final resting place unknown. This massive loss created a grief that was both personal and collective, touching families around the world while challenging society's faith in progress itself. The survival statistics that emerged painted a stark picture of inequality that would fuel outrage for years to come. 62% of first-class passengers survived, compared to just 24% of those in third class. Among first-class women, survival rates reached 97%, while only 49% of third-class women lived to see the dawn. Children in steerage faced the highest mortality rates of all, with 52 young lives lost compared to just 1 child from first class. These numbers became ammunition for critics who argued that the disaster had exposed the moral bankruptcy of a system that valued wealth over human life. The Women and Children First Protocol, held up as evidence of maritime chivalry, had been selectively applied based on class and nationality. Lebanese and Chinese passengers faced additional barriers due to language differences and discrimination that persisted even in the face of death. The international nature of the passenger manifest reflected the great migrations of the early 20th century. At least 69 Jewish passengers had been aboard, with 39 perishing in the sinking. Syrian and Armenian immigrants, fleeing persecution in the Ottoman Empire, made up a significant portion of third-class passengers. Their stories, buried for decades under language barriers and cultural prejudices, revealed how the disaster had impacted communities around the globe. Elizabeth Gladys Dean, known as Milvina, had been just 8 weeks old when the ship went down. She would become the last living survivor, dying in 2009 at the age of 97. Her passing marked the end of direct human memory of the disaster, though the institutions and regulations born from that terrible night continue to protect travelers worldwide. The Chinese survivors faced a particularly cruel fate. Despite surviving one of history's worst maritime disasters, they were immediately deported upon reaching New York due to the Chinese Exclusion Act. Their stories remained largely untold for over a century, until researchers finally pieced together their experiences in the 21st century. One survivor, Fang Lang, had been pulled from the frigid water by Fifth Officer Low, only to be denied entry to the country he had risked everything to reach. As the Carpathia approached New York Harbor on the evening of April 18th, the city prepared for one of the largest crowds in its history. Word had spread that the rescue ship was carrying the Titanic survivors, and thousands gathered along the waterfront. Families of passengers pushed against police barriers, desperate for news of their loved ones. Reporters shouted questions through megaphones, hoping to capture the first interviews with survivors. Pier 54 became the center of a media circus as the survivors disembarked. Some were met by relieved family members who had traveled from across the country. Others stepped onto American soil completely alone, everything they owned lost beneath the Atlantic. The wealthy passengers were quickly whisked away in private automobiles, while many of the poorer survivors found themselves dependent on hastily organized charity efforts. The immediate aftermath revealed how unprepared society was for a disaster of such magnitude. There were no established protocols for handling large numbers of disaster survivors, no systems for providing psychological support, no frameworks for international coordination of rescue efforts. Everything had to be improvised in the moment, often with tragic consequences for those who needed help most desperately. Margaret Brown, the woman who would become known as the unsinkable Molly Brown, immediately began organizing relief efforts for other survivors. She established a fund to help destitute passengers, translated for non-English speakers, and became an unofficial spokesperson for those who had lost everything. Her efforts highlighted both the generosity that disasters could inspire and the inadequacy of existing social safety nets. The psychological impact on survivors was immediate and severe. Many suffered what would now be recognized as post-traumatic stress disorder, experiencing nightmares, panic attacks, and a persistent fear of water. Some refused to believe the ship had actually sunk, clinging to the hope that more survivors might be found. Others became convinced that they should have died with the ship, struggling with survivors' guilt that would last for decades. Children faced particular challenges in processing what they had witnessed. Many had been separated from parents during the evacuation and spent weeks uncertain whether their families had survived. The trauma of watching people die in the freezing water, combined with the confusion and terror of the evacuation itself, left lasting scars on young minds that had no framework for understanding such horror. The class divisions that had influenced survival rates continued to shape the aftermath. Wealthy survivors had the resources to rebuild their lives, access to private medical care, and the social connections necessary to process their trauma in private. Working-class survivors often faced immediate financial hardship on top of their psychological wounds, forced to find new employment while struggling with memories of the disaster. Language barriers complicated recovery for many immigrant survivors. Unable to communicate their needs or understand available services, they often fell through the cracks of relief efforts. Some were taken in by ethnic communities in New York, while others found themselves stranded in a foreign country with no means of support. Their experiences revealed how disaster response systems were designed primarily for English-speaking, middle-class victims. The wireless operators who had worked frantically to coordinate the rescue became heroes in the public imagination. Harold Bride, who had continued sending messages despite serious injuries to his feet, was celebrated for his dedication to duty. But he and other survivors also faced intense questioning from reporters and investigators who wanted to understand every detail of what had gone wrong. Religious communities struggled to make sense of a disaster that seemed to challenge basic assumptions about divine providence and human progress. Some interpreted the sinking as divine judgment on a society that had grown too proud of its technological achievements. Others saw it as a test of faith that revealed both human frailty and divine mercy in the survival of so many. These theological debates reflected broader questions about the meaning of progress and the proper relationship between human ambition and natural forces. The financial impact of the disaster extended far beyond the immediate loss of the ship itself. Insurance companies faced massive claims, not just for the vessel, but for cargo, personal belongings, and life insurance policies. The White Star Line's stock price plummeted as investors questioned the company's safety practices and future viability. The entire shipping industry found itself under scrutiny from regulators, investors, and the travelling public. Lloyd's of London, which had insured the Titanic, faced one of the largest maritime claims in history. The complex process of determining liability and calculating damages would continue for years, establishing legal precedents for how insurance companies handled major disasters. The case highlighted the inadequacy of existing maritime law for dealing with catastrophes of such unprecedented scale. The impact on families extended far beyond immediate grief. Widows faced financial ruin if their husbands had been the primary breadwinners. Children were left orphaned with no means of support. Extended families found themselves responsible for relatives they barely knew. The disaster created a wave of secondary casualties whose struggles would continue for years after the headlines faded. Women's rights advocates seized on the disaster as evidence of the need for economic independence. The spectacle of wealthy widows who could rebuild their lives contrasted sharply with working-class women who faced destitution, highlighted how economic vulnerability compounded the impact of tragedy. Some survivors became advocates for women's suffrage and economic equality, arguing that the disaster had revealed the dangers of female dependence on male providers. The international implications of the disaster became apparent as governments struggled to respond to their citizens' needs. British authorities faced criticism for allowing an inadequately equipped ship to carry so many passengers. American officials were questioned about their response to foreign nationals who had died in international waters while traveling to the United States. The disaster revealed gaps in international law and diplomatic protocol that would need to be addressed. Newspaper coverage of the aftermath varied dramatically based on national perspective and class bias. British papers initially focused on the heroism of British officers and crew members, downplaying questions about safety regulations. American newspapers were more aggressive in assigning blame, particularly to British shipping companies and regulators. Working-class publications emphasized the class disparities in survival rates, while mainstream papers often focused on the stories of wealthy passengers. The role of wireless communication in coordinating the rescue became a symbol of technological progress that had worked as intended. Unlike the ship's design, which had failed catastrophically, the radio system had functioned exactly as planned, enabling the Carpathia to reach the survivors in time to save hundreds of lives. This success story would influence how the public understood the relationship between technology and safety in the reforms that followed. Photography and early newsreel footage of the survivors' arrival created some of the first visual documentation of a major disaster's aftermath. These images, distributed through newspapers and early cinema, brought the human cost of the tragedy into homes around the world in unprecedented detail. The power of visual media to shape public opinion about disasters was just beginning to be understood. The economic impact on New York City was immediate and significant. Hotels filled with survivors and their families, restaurants and shops benefited from the influx of visitors, and the port facilities were strained by the additional traffic. But the city also faced unexpected costs for emergency services, charity organizations, and medical care for survivors who had no means of paying for treatment. The disaster's impact on immigration patterns was subtle but real. Some potential immigrants, particularly from steerage-class backgrounds, were deterred by stories of how third-class passengers had been treated during the evacuation. Others were motivated by tales of American generosity in responding to survivors' needs. The tragedy became part of the complex mythology surrounding the immigrant experience in America. Medical professionals began studying the physical and psychological effects of extreme trauma. Though their understanding was limited by the scientific knowledge of the time, the concept of shell shock was just beginning to emerge from military medicine, and civilian trauma was poorly understood. Many survivors received no professional help for their psychological wounds, relying instead on family, community, and religious support to process their experiences. The disaster also revealed the limitations of existing communication systems. While wireless telegraphy had enabled the rescue, the technology was still new and unreliable. Messages were often delayed, garbled, or lost entirely. Families waited days or weeks for news of their loved ones, and official passenger lists were incomplete and inaccurate. The need for better communication systems became apparent to everyone involved in the response effort. As the immediate crisis passed and survivors began attempting to rebuild their lives, the focus shifted from rescue to accountability. The questions that had begun during the first confused hours after the sinking became more pointed and systematic. How had this happened? Who was responsible? What could be done to prevent similar disasters in the future? The answers to these questions would reshape not just the shipping industry, but the entire relationship between technology, regulation, and public safety. The transformation that followed would prove that even the most terrible disasters could become catalysts for positive change. But first, investigators on both sides of the Atlantic would need to uncover the full truth about what had gone wrong on that April night. Their work would expose systematic failures that extended far beyond a single ship or company, revealing flaws in an entire approach to progress and safety that had dominated the industrial age. The survivors' voices, preserved in testimonies and interviews, would become the foundation for reforms that would protect millions of future travelers. Their suffering had purchased knowledge that would prove invaluable in preventing similar tragedies. But the process of translating their experiences into effective change would require investigations more thorough and aggressive than anything the maritime industry had ever faced. The rescue was complete, but the reckoning was just beginning. And from that reckoning would emerge a new understanding of what it meant to travel safely in the modern world, built on the testimonies of those who had survived humanity's greatest maritime disaster. The immediate aftermath of the Titanic disaster sparked investigations that would prove more consequential than anyone could have imagined. But these weren't going to be polite inquiries into an unfortunate accident. The scale of the tragedy, the international outrage, and the obvious failures in safety systems demanded something unprecedented, a complete examination of how the maritime industry operated and who would be held accountable for 1,500 deaths. The momentum for investigation began even before the Carpathia reached New York. Wireless messages flying between government officials, shipping executives, and newspaper editors made it clear that this disaster would not be quietly buried in maritime bureaucracy. Too many prominent people had died. Too many obvious safety failures had been exposed. Too many questions demanded answers that the industry clearly didn't want to give. Senator William Alden Smith of Michigan understood the political moment perfectly. As chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee, he had the authority to investigate American commercial interests, and he intended to use it aggressively. Smith was no maritime expert, but he was an experienced prosecutor who knew how to ask uncomfortable questions and follow evidence wherever it led. More importantly, he understood that if witnesses were allowed to return to Britain, they might conveniently become unavailable for American questioning. The subpoenas went out on April 19th, just hours after the Carpathia docked. J. Bruce Ismay, managing director of the International Mercantile Marine Company and president of the White Star Line, found himself legally compelled to remain in the United States to face questioning. For one of the most powerful shipping executives in the world, this was both humiliating and unprecedented. American senators were asserting jurisdiction over British subjects and British companies in ways that challenged traditional diplomatic protocols. The hearings began immediately at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York, with Ismay as the first witness. The setting was deliberately dramatic, one of America's most luxurious hotels, filled with reporters and spectators, while a man who had just survived history's worst maritime disaster faced hostile questioning about his company's role in causing it. The contrast between the opulent surroundings and the grim subject matter was lost on no one. Senator Smith's questioning style was relentless and sometimes brutal. He wanted to know why the Titanic had been traveling at nearly full speed through ice fields that multiple ships had warned about. He demanded explanations for why lifeboat drills had been conducted for crew members but not for passengers. He pressed for details about how a ship certified to carry over 3,000 people had carried lifeboats sufficient for barely half that number. And he repeatedly returned to the most personally damaging question. How had Ismay ended up in a lifeboat while women and children died in the water? Ismay's responses revealed a man desperately trying to maintain his authority while distancing himself from responsibility. He insisted that he had merely been a passenger, not involved in the ship's operation. He claimed that Captain Smith had complete authority over navigation decisions. He argued that additional lifeboats wouldn't have made a difference because there hadn't been sufficient time to launch all the boats they had. Under Smith's persistent questioning, these explanations began to sound increasingly hollow and self-serving. The investigation quickly expanded beyond Ismay to examine the entire system that had enabled the disaster. Surviving officers testified about the confusion and lack of preparation during the evacuation. Fifth Officer Harold Lowe admitted that many lifeboats had been launched only partially filled because crew members hadn't been properly trained in emergency procedures. Fourth Officer Joseph Boxall acknowledged that ice warnings had been treated as routine navigational information rather than urgent safety alerts requiring immediate action. Wireless operator Harold Bride, still recovering from injuries sustained during the sinking, provided crucial testimony about the communication failures that had contributed to the disaster. He described how ice warnings had been mixed in with routine passenger messages, how the Californian's radio operator had shut down his equipment just before the distress calls began, and how the lack of standardized procedures had delayed effective coordination of rescue efforts. The testimony from passengers revealed stark differences in how the evacuation had been conducted in different parts of the ship. First-class passengers described orderly procedures, helpful crew members, and clear instructions about where to go and what to do. Third-class passengers painted a very different picture. Locked gates that prevented access to upper decks, language barriers that made instructions incomprehensible, and crew members who seemed more concerned with protecting first-class areas than with saving lives. The class-based survival statistics that emerged from these testimonies created a scandal that extended far beyond maritime safety. The revelation that 97% of first-class women had survived, while only 49% of third-class women had lived through the night, suggested that the Women and Children First protocol had been selectively applied based on economic status rather than universal humanitarian principles. But perhaps the most damaging testimony concerned the SS Californian and its captain, Stanley Lord. Multiple witnesses from both the Titanic and the Californian testified about the rockets that had been fired as distress signals, the lights that had been visible between the two ships, and the complete failure of the Californian to respond to obvious calls for help. The committee's investigation revealed that Captain Lord had been informed about the rockets, but had chosen to assume they were company signals rather than distress calls. The American investigation's findings were devastating in their scope and specificity. The committee concluded that the disaster had been caused by excessive speed in dangerous conditions, inadequate safety regulations that hadn't kept pace with technological development, and systematic failures in emergency preparation and response. But they went further, assigning specific blame to individuals and institutions in ways that challenged the maritime industry's traditional immunity from outside oversight. Captain Edward Smith was criticised for maintaining dangerous speed despite multiple ice warnings, though the committee acknowledged that he had been following standard practice for Atlantic steamship operations. The British Board of Trade faced harsh criticism for regulations that required lifeboats based on ship tonnage rather than passenger capacity, creating a system where larger ships carried proportionally fewer lifeboats per person aboard. J. Bruce Ismay was condemned not just for entering a lifeboat while others died, but for his company's broader approach to safety and regulation. The committee found that the White Star Line had consistently prioritized schedule adherence and operational efficiency over passenger safety, treating regulatory compliance as a maximum rather than a minimum standard for responsible operation. The Californian incident drew the committee's strongest condemnation. They concluded that the ship had been much closer to the Titanic than Captain Lord claimed, probably no more than 5 to 10 miles away rather than the 19 miles he insisted on. More damaging still, they found that his officers and crew had observed the Titanic's distress rockets and reported them to their captain, who had failed to investigate or respond according to maritime tradition and legal obligation. The international implications of the American investigation created diplomatic tensions that extended far beyond maritime policy. The aggressive questioning of British subjects, the criticism of British regulatory agencies, and the assignment of blame to British companies challenged traditional assumptions about sovereignty and jurisdiction in international commerce. British officials protested that American senators had no authority to investigate a British ship that had sunk in international waters. But the moral authority created by the disaster gave the Americans significant leverage. The British government found itself in an impossible position. Public outrage in Britain was nearly as intense as in America, making it impossible to simply dismiss the American findings. But accepting those findings would require admitting that British institutions had failed catastrophically, with consequences that could extend far beyond the shipping industry. The solution was to launch a parallel British investigation that could address the same questions while potentially reaching different conclusions. The British Board of Trade inquiry, led by Lord Mersey, began in May 1912 and represented a very different approach to the same questions. Where the American investigation had been confrontational and accusatory, the British inquiry was more measured and, critics argued, more protective of British institutions and officials. The difference in tone and approach reflected not just cultural variations, but different political and economic interests. Lord Mersey's inquiry did reach many of the same technical conclusions as the American investigation. They agreed that the ship had been travelling too fast for conditions, that lifeboat regulations were woefully inadequate, and that the Californian had failed in its duty to assist vessels in distress. But the British investigation was much more reluctant to assign personal blame or institutional responsibility for these failures. Captain Smith was largely exonerated by the British inquiry, which concluded that he had been following standard practice for Atlantic crossings and couldn't reasonably have been expected to do otherwise. This contrasted sharply with the American findings, which had been more critical of the captain's decision-making under dangerous conditions. The difference highlighted how investigations could reach similar technical conclusions while drawing very different lessons about individual and institutional accountability. The treatment of J. Bruce Ismay also differed significantly between the two investigations. While the Americans had essentially put him on trial for corporate negligence and personal cowardice, the British inquiry was more sympathetic to his explanation that he had entered a lifeboat only after helping with the evacuation and seeing no other passengers nearby. The British press was less forgiving than the official inquiry, with many newspapers labeling him a coward, but the formal findings were more restrained. The most controversial aspect of both investigations remained the Californian incident. Both inquiries concluded that Captain Lord had failed in his duty to assist the Titanic, but they differed in their assessment of how close his ship had been and how much difference his response might have made. The British inquiry was somewhat less harsh in its criticism, leading to decades of debate among maritime historians about what exactly had happened that night and whether Lord had been unfairly scapegoated. The technical findings of both investigations were remarkably consistent despite their different approaches to assigning blame. Both identified fundamental flaws in the regulatory system that governed passenger shipping. Both called for major increases in lifeboat capacity and emergency preparedness, and both recognized the need for improved communication systems and international coordination of safety standards. The investigations also revealed systematic problems that extended far beyond the Titanic itself. The entire regulatory framework was based on outdated assumptions about ship size and passenger capacity. Safety regulations had not kept pace with technological development, creating situations where ships could legally carry thousands of people while having emergency equipment adequate for only hundreds. The system relied too heavily on the assumption that modern ships were essentially unsinkable, an assumption that had just been catastrophically disproven. International maritime law was revealed to be fragmentary and inadequate for addressing disasters of this scale. There were no requirements for round-the-clock radio watches, no standardized distress signals, no binding obligations for ships to assist vessels in distress, and no international coordination of safety standards. Each nation regulated its own ships according to its own standards, creating a patchwork system that provided minimal protection for passengers traveling in international waters. The public reaction to the investigations was immediate and intense. Newspapers published extensive excerpts from witness testimony. Editorial writers demanded comprehensive reforms, and public meetings called for criminal prosecutions of those responsible for the disaster. The investigations had transformed a maritime accident into a symbol of corporate negligence and regulatory failure, creating political pressure for changes that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. The shipping industry's initial response was defensive and resistant to change. Company executives argued that the disaster had been an unprecedented accident that no reasonable precautions could have prevented. They claimed that additional safety requirements would make passenger service prohibitively expensive and drive companies out of business. They insisted that existing regulations, properly followed, provided adequate protection for passengers and crew. But this defensive response proved politically and commercially untenable. Public confidence in the safety of ocean travel had been shattered, and it could only be restored through visible, dramatic improvements in safety systems. Companies that resisted change found themselves facing passenger boycotts and investor flight, while those that embraced reform gained competitive advantages in a market where safety had suddenly become a primary concern. The most immediate impact of the investigations was on public awareness of maritime safety issues. Before the Titanic disaster, most passengers had simply assumed that ships were safe because they were modern and well regulated. The investigations revealed that this assumption was dangerously naive, creating a new public consciousness about the importance of safety equipment, emergency procedures, and regulatory oversight. The cultural impact of the investigations extended far beyond maritime policy. The aggressive questioning of powerful business executives established precedents for corporate accountability that would influence how society responded to industrial disasters for decades to come. The principle that companies could be held responsible for safety failures even when following existing regulations became an important part of legal and regulatory thinking. The international cooperation required to address the problems identified by the investigations also established new models for addressing global challenges. The recognition that maritime safety required coordinated action by multiple nations led to the first truly international safety regulations, creating frameworks that would later be applied to aviation, environmental protection, and other areas where national boundaries were inadequate for effective regulation. As 1912 drew to a close, the immediate phase of investigation was ending, but the real work was just beginning. The recommendations emerging from London and Washington would need to be translated into binding international agreements. The technical changes identified by investigators would need to be implemented across thousands of ships worldwide. The cultural shifts sparked by the disaster would need to be sustained long enough to create permanent improvements in safety systems and regulatory oversight. The investigations had answered the question of what had gone wrong on April 14th. They had identified the systematic failures that had made the disaster possible, assigned responsibility to individuals and institutions, and outlined the changes necessary to prevent similar tragedies. But turning these findings into effective action would require unprecedented international cooperation and sustained political commitment to safety over profit. The stage was set for the most comprehensive transformation of maritime safety in history. Delegates from 13 nations were preparing to gather in London for the first international conference for the safety of life at sea, bringing together the moral authority of the investigations with the technical expertise needed to create new global standards for passenger shipping. The survivors' testimonies had exposed the failures of the past. Now came the much harder task of building a safer future. The investigations had established that the Titanic disaster was not an act of God or an unavoidable accident, but the predictable result of systematic failures in regulation, design, and operation. This conclusion carried enormous implications for how society would approach technological risk in the future. The idea that progress required parallel attention to safety, that innovation must be matched by responsibility, would influence everything from aviation development to nuclear power as the 20th century unfolded. The voices of the survivors, preserved in thousands of pages of testimony, had become more than historical documents. They were the foundation for a new approach to maritime safety that would protect millions of future travelers. Their suffering had purchased knowledge that would prove invaluable in creating systems designed to prevent similar tragedies, rather than simply responding to them after they occurred. The investigations were complete, but their legacy was just beginning. The transformation they had set in motion would reshape not just the shipping industry, but the entire relationship between technology, regulation, and public safety in the modern world. The 1,500 people who had died in the North Atlantic had not died in vain. Their sacrifice was about to purchase a century of safer travel for countless others, built on the testimonies of those who had survived to tell their stories. The real test would come in the months ahead, as the world's maritime powers gathered to translate investigation findings into binding international law. The survivors had done their part by bearing witness to what had gone wrong. Now it was up to governments, regulators, and industry leaders to ensure that their testimonies led to meaningful change rather than empty promises. The future safety of ocean travel would depend on whether the lessons learned from the Titanic disaster could be transformed into effective action that would stand the test of time. In November 1913, just 19 months after that terrible April night, delegates from 13 nations gathered in London for an event that would have been unimaginable before the disaster. The International Conference for the Safety of Life at Sea represented the first time in maritime history that the world's shipping powers had come together to create binding, universal safety standards. The Titanic's destruction had shattered every comfortable assumption about technological progress, and now the international community was determined to rebuild maritime safety from the ground up. The conference convened at the Foreign Office in Whitehall, where diplomats who normally discuss trade agreements and territorial disputes found themselves debating lifeboat capacity and radio watch schedules. The American delegation arrived with considerable moral authority, their aggressive investigations still fresh in everyone's memory. They had shown the world what real accountability looked like, and they were prepared to push for equally comprehensive reforms. But the negotiations proved complex and sometimes contentious. National pride clashed with safety concerns, as British shipbuilders worried about retrofitting costs for thousands of vessels. German representatives questioned whether American standards were appropriate for European routes. French delegates pushed for requirements that would favour their own shipyards. Yet beneath these commercial and political tensions lay the haunting memory of 1,500 people who had died because the existing system had failed so completely. The conference divided into 6 specialised committees, each tackling a different aspect of the disaster's lessons. The Radiotelegraphy Committee addressed the communication failures that had proven so deadly. They recommended mandatory, round-the-clock radio watches and proper training for wireless operators. The simple fact that the Californian's radio operator had retired for the night just before the distress calls began had cost hundreds of lives, and the delegates were determined such negligence could never happen again. The Committee on Life-Saving Appliances tackled the most glaring failure exposed by the disaster. Existing regulations, dating from the 1890s, had become grotesquely inadequate as ships grew larger. New standards would require sufficient lifeboats for every person aboard, plus an additional 25% safety margin. Ships would also conduct regular lifeboat drills, ensuring passengers and crew understood emergency procedures before disaster struck. The committee addressing ship construction began developing standards that would fundamentally change vessel design. The Titanic's builders had believed watertight compartments made their ship unsinkable, but the disaster had exposed fatal flaws in their calculations. New requirements would mandate higher watertight bulkheads, double hulls extending further up ship sides, and more sophisticated damage control systems. The Ice Patrol Committee addressed one of the most immediate dangers facing North Atlantic shipping. Icebergs drifting south from Greenland had threatened vessels for decades, but no systematic effort existed to track and report their movements. The conference agreed to establish an international ice patrol service, funded jointly by all nations with significant Atlantic shipping interests. The United States Coast Guard would operate the service, using ships and eventually aircraft to monitor iceberg movements and broadcast warnings to all vessels in threatened areas. As weeks of negotiation continued, a revolutionary document began taking shape. The International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, known as SOLAS, represented more than just a treaty. It embodied a completely new philosophy of maritime safety, one that assumed disasters could happen and prepared for them rather than simply hoping technology would prevent them. The final document, signed on January 20th, 1914, contained provisions that would have seemed impossible just 2 years earlier. Ships would carry enough lifeboats for everyone aboard. Radio watches would be mandatory around the clock. Regular safety drills would be required for both crew and passengers. Ice warnings would be treated as urgent safety messages rather than routine communications. Distress signals would be standardized so any ship's crew could recognize calls for help. The convention went beyond technical requirements to address human failures that had made the disaster so deadly. New regulations required passenger ships to carry enough trained crew members to properly manage emergency evacuations. Language barriers, which had contributed to high death tolls among third-class passengers, would be addressed through multilingual safety instructions and crew training programs. The creation of SOLAS represented unprecedented international cooperation, but it also revealed the limitations of such efforts. While major maritime powers had agreed on broad principles, implementation would depend on national governments actually passing laws and enforcing them. Some countries moved quickly to adopt new standards, while others delayed or watered down requirements to protect their shipping industries. The outbreak of World War I in August 1914 severely complicated implementation of the new safety standards. Ships were converted for military use, shipyards focused on warship construction, and international cooperation became nearly impossible. The Ice Patrol Service was suspended, as Coast Guard vessels were needed for wartime duties. Many safety improvements were postponed until after the war ended, though the fundamental principles established by SOLAS survived and would grow stronger over time. Despite these setbacks, the idea that maritime safety required international cooperation and binding standards became accepted wisdom. When the war ended, work resumed on implementing and expanding safety regulations. New versions of SOLAS were negotiated in 1929, 1948, 1960, and 1974, each incorporating lessons learned from subsequent disasters and advances in technology. The Ice Patrol Service, resumed after the war, became one of the most successful safety initiatives in maritime history. Using ships, aircraft, and eventually satellites, the International Ice Patrol tracked icebergs and warned shipping for over a century. Its record was remarkable. Since the service began operations, not a single ship has been lost to iceberg collision within the patrol's area of coverage. The ghosts of the Titanic had been transformed into guardians of future travelers. The impact of new safety regulations extended far beyond preventing disasters. The requirement for sufficient lifeboats changed ship design dramatically, as naval architects found ways to accommodate large numbers of boats without compromising stability or passenger comfort. Mandatory radio watches led to development of more reliable wireless equipment and better operator training. Standardization of distress signals eventually evolved into sophisticated satellite-based rescue systems that could pinpoint a ship's location within minutes. Perhaps most significantly, SOLAS established the principle that safety requirements should evolve with technology rather than remaining static. Each new version incorporated lessons from recent disasters and advances in safety equipment. The Costa Concordia disaster in 2012, for example, led to new requirements for passenger safety briefings and evacuation procedures, showing that the spirit of continuous improvement born from the Titanic tragedy continues today. The cultural impact of these changes was equally profound. The disaster had shattered public confidence in ocean travel safety, but visible implementation of new safety measures helped restore that confidence. Passengers could see the lifeboats, participate in drills, and observe radio operators maintaining their constant vigil. The reforms didn't just make ships safer, they made passengers feel safer, which was equally important for the survival of the passenger shipping industry. The transformation of maritime safety also influenced other industries and government policies. The principle that technological progress required parallel development of safety regulations spread to aviation, where early disasters led to similar international cooperation and safety standards. The idea that government had a responsibility to regulate private industry for public safety became more widely accepted, influencing everything from food safety to workplace regulations. Radio Act of 1912 became one of the most immediate pieces of legislation flowing from the disaster investigations. The Act required radio operators to obtain federal licenses and mandated that ships maintain constant radio alerts for distress signals. The Titanic's operators, employed by the Marconi Company, had disregarded multiple iceberg warnings from vessels like the Californian due to a backlog of private passenger telegrams, while the Californian's sole operator had ceased operations at 11:30 p.m. on April 14th, missing the Titanic's subsequent distress calls entirely. Both the British and American investigations had emphasized the critical need for reforms in wireless communication. They recommended that large passenger ships equip at least 2 trained wireless operators for round-the-clock service and install apparatus capable of 100 to 150 mile-range communications. The United States responded swiftly with comprehensive radio legislation that required ocean-going vessels carrying 50 or more persons to maintain constant radio listening watches and mandated operator licensing to curb interference from unregulated amateur transmissions. The establishment of the International Ice Patrol in 1914 represented one of the most direct responses to the specific conditions that had doomed the Titanic. At the first International Conference on Safety of Life at Sea, convened in London on November 12, 1913, the subject of patrolling ice regions was thoroughly discussed. The convention, signed on January 30, 1914, by representatives of the world's maritime powers, provided for inauguration of an international ice observation and patrol service, consisting of vessels that would patrol ice regions during the season of iceberg danger. Due primarily to experience gained in 1912 and 1913, the United States government was invited to undertake management of the service, with expenses defrayed by 13 nations interested in transatlantic navigation. The mission was assigned to the Revenue Cutter Service in 1914 and transferred to the newly formed U.S. Coast Guard in 1915. Using Coast Guard cutters Seneca and Miami, the Ice Patrol would locate the southeasternmost iceberg and track it until it melted. The Ice Patrol's evolution reflected advancing technology and growing understanding of oceanographic conditions. Beginning with simple ship-based observations, the service gradually incorporated new technologies as they became available. Aircraft patrols in the 1920s provided aerial views of ice conditions over vast areas. Radar development in the 1940s allowed more precise tracking of individual icebergs. Satellite imagery beginning in the 1970s revolutionized ice detection and mapping capabilities. Today, the International Ice Patrol still uses aerial reconnaissance as its primary detection method, while adding satellite-based reconnaissance capabilities in 2017. The primary platform is the U.S. Coast Guard HC-130J Super Hercules airplane based at Coast Guard Air Station, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Every day, the Ice Patrol compiles iceberg reports from aerial reconnaissance, satellite imagery analysis, commercial aerial reconnaissance, ships, and even lighthouses, publishing iceberg charts and bulletins that advise vessels where ice-free waters are located. The Ice Patrol's safety record stands as perhaps the most tangible legacy of the Titanic disaster. Except for the years of 2 world wars, the International Ice Patrol has conducted operations each season since 1913. During this period, it has maintained an enviable safety record with not a single reported loss of life or property due to collision with an iceberg outside the advertised limits of all known ice in the vicinity of the Grand Banks. The transformation of ship design following the disaster was equally comprehensive and lasting. Ships were retrofitted for increased safety, with double bottoms of many existing vessels, including the Olympic, extended up the sides of their hulls to give them double hulls. Changes to bulkhead heights became standard retrofits for many ships, incorporating lessons learned from the Titanic's fatal design flaws. New construction standards emerging from SOLAS required lifeboats or rafts for 125% of passengers and crew aboard, a dramatic increase from pre-disaster requirements. The convention also specified minimum standards for construction, equipment, and operation of ships compatible with their safety, according to the International Maritime Organization. These requirements fundamentally changed how ships looked and operated, with prominent lifeboat davits and clearly marked emergency equipment becoming standard features visible to every passenger. The psychological impact on passengers was profound and lasting. Where once people had boarded ships with blind faith in technology, they now traveled with understanding that safety was an active process requiring constant vigilance. Passenger safety briefings became routine, lifeboat drills were accepted as necessary interruptions, and the sight of radio operators maintaining their watches provided comfort rather than anxiety about potential dangers. The shipping industry itself was transformed by new requirements. Companies that had once competed primarily on speed and luxury now found safety becoming a major selling point. Advertisements began featuring prominently displayed lifeboats and modern radio equipment. The White Star Line, chastened by the disaster and subsequent investigations, became particularly aggressive in promoting its new safety measures, though the company would eventually merge with rivals as the industry consolidated in response to massive costs of new regulations. Technical innovations spurred by safety requirements led to advances that extended far beyond their original purpose. Better radio equipment developed for mandatory watches improved communication throughout the shipping industry. More sophisticated lifeboat designs led to advances in small boat construction that benefited fishing fleets and pleasure craft. Improved navigation equipment developed to help ships avoid ice fields, enhanced safety in all weather conditions. The success of international cooperation on maritime safety influenced how the world would approach other global challenges. The model of nations coming together to establish binding safety standards was later applied to aviation safety, environmental protection, and public health. The International Civil Aviation Organization, established after World War II, explicitly modeled itself on maritime safety conventions that had emerged from the Titanic disaster. But perhaps the most profound change was cultural. The disaster had shattered Victorian faith in technological progress as an unqualified good. The 20th century would be marked by a more sophisticated understanding of risk, recognizing that every advance in capability brought new responsibilities and new dangers. This lesson would prove essential as humanity grappled with atomic energy, space exploration, genetic engineering, and artificial intelligence. The legal precedents established by the Titanic investigations had lasting impact on corporate accountability. The principle that companies could be held responsible for safety failures even when following existing regulations became an important part of maritime law. The idea that international disasters required international solutions influenced how the world would respond to future crises, from environmental disasters to public health emergencies. The survivors themselves played a crucial role in maintaining cultural memory of the disaster's lessons. As they aged, many became advocates for safety and preparedness, speaking at conferences and writing memoirs that kept the disaster's lessons alive. Their first-hand accounts provided emotional weight to technical discussions about safety regulations, reminding engineers and regulators that behind every statistic was a human story of loss or survival. Annual remembrance ceremonies that began in years following the disaster served not just as memorials to the dead, but as reminders of ongoing responsibility to maintain safety improvements purchased with their lives. These ceremonies, held in cities around the world where survivors had settled or victims had lived, became focal points for discussions about current safety challenges and the need for continued vigilance. The disaster had revealed that the most dangerous moment in any technological advance was the period when capabilities had outpaced safety understanding. This insight proved remarkably prescient as the 20th century brought wave after wave of revolutionary technologies, each carrying its own potential for both benefit and catastrophe. From nuclear power to pharmaceutical development, from financial markets to social media, the model of rigorous investigation and public accountability established by the Titanic inquiries would be invoked repeatedly throughout the century that followed. The principle of transparent accountability established by the investigations became increasingly important as technologies grew more complex and their potential consequences more severe. The aggressive questioning of shipping executives and government officials had shown that safety could not be left to private industry alone, but required public oversight and willingness to ask hard questions about comfortable assumptions. As the 20th century progressed and memories of the disaster began to fade, new generations of engineers and regulators had to learn the same lessons again. The tendency to believe that new technologies had eliminated old risks proved remarkably persistent. But institutional memory, embedded in SOLAS and similar safety frameworks, helped ensure that hard-won knowledge was not completely lost. The discovery of the Titanic's wreck in 1985 brought renewed attention to the disaster and its lessons. When Robert Ballard's team found the ship split in two on the ocean floor, nearly 2.5 miles down, the images captured public imagination in ways no written account ever could. The twisted metal and scattered debris provided stark visual evidence of forces unleashed when safety systems failed. The condition of the wreck also provided new scientific insights into the disaster. The discovery that the ship had broken apart as it sank, rather than going down in one piece, as most survivors had believed, led to new understanding of forces involved in the sinking. This knowledge, in turn, influenced how modern ships were designed to maintain structural integrity under extreme stress. Exploration of the wreck site became a laboratory for testing new deep-sea technologies, from submersibles to remotely operated vehicles. Techniques developed for exploring the Titanic would later be applied to other underwater investigations, from archaeological surveys to geological research. Once again, the disaster had spurred technological advancement, though this time with much greater attention to safety and environmental protection. Artifacts recovered from the debris field became powerful tools for education and remembrance. Personal items like jewelry, clothing, and photographs provided intimate connections to human stories behind the statistics. These objects, displayed in museums around the world, helped new generations understand that the disaster was not just a technical failure, but a human tragedy of enormous proportions. The ongoing deterioration of the wreck, caused by bacteria that consume iron in the deep ocean environment, added urgency to exploration efforts. Scientists estimated that the ship's structure would completely collapse within decades, making the current generation the last to see the Titanic as survivors had known it. This realization spurred renewed efforts to document the wreck thoroughly, while also raising questions about whether human intervention could or should attempt to preserve it. The commercialization of Titanic exploration raised ethical questions about how society should treat disaster sites. While some argued that commercial expeditions helped fund important scientific research, others contended that the wreck should be treated as a maritime gravesite deserving special protection. These debates reflected broader questions about the balance between scientific inquiry, commercial interest, and respect for the dead. The Titanic's place in popular culture evolved significantly throughout the century following the disaster. Early films and books focused primarily on heroism of individuals during the sinking itself. But as understanding of the disaster's causes and consequences deepened, cultural depictions began exploring broader themes of technological hubris, social inequality, and institutional responsibility to protect those they serve. The most successful cultural treatments balanced respect for victims with insight into systemic failures that had made their deaths preventable. James Cameron's 1997 film, while criticized by some historians for its fictional love story, was praised for meticulous attention to technical details and unflinching portrayal of class distinctions that had influenced survival rates. The enduring fascination with the Titanic reflected something deeper than mere curiosity about a famous disaster. The story resonated because it captured fundamental anxieties about modernity itself, faith in technology, confidence in progress, belief that human ingenuity could overcome any challenge. The disaster had shown that these beliefs, while not entirely wrong, were dangerously incomplete without parallel attention to safety, humility, and preparation for failure. The development of new materials and construction techniques in the latter half of the 20th century offered opportunities to improve safety while reducing weight and cost. Advanced steel alloys allowed for stronger, lighter hull construction. Computer modeling enabled engineers to test ship designs under extreme conditions without building physical prototypes. Satellite communication systems provided instant global connectivity that made the isolation experienced by Titanic passengers unimaginable to modern travelers. Yet each new technology also brought new risks that required careful evaluation. The introduction of aluminum superstructures in passenger ships improved stability and reduced weight, but early designs proved vulnerable to fire damage in ways steel construction was not. The lesson that technological advancement required parallel safety analysis first learned from the Titanic disaster, proved relevant once again. The growth of cruise ship tourism in the late 20th century created new challenges for safety regulators. Modern cruise ships carried more passengers than had ever been imagined when SOLAS was first written, and these passengers were often unfamiliar with maritime safety procedures. The complexity of evacuating thousands of people from floating resorts required safety innovations that went far beyond lifeboat requirements, inspired by the Titanic disaster. The Costa Concordia disaster in 2012 provided a stark reminder that Titanic lessons remained relevant in the modern era. When the Italian cruise ship ran aground off the coast of Tuscany, killing 32 people, parallels to 1912 were unmistakable. Once again, a supposedly safe ship had been lost due to human error and poor emergency procedures. Once again, passengers had died while evacuation systems failed. Once again, the maritime industry was forced to confront the reality that technological sophistication could not eliminate the need for proper safety procedures and competent seamanship. The investigation that followed the Costa Concordia disaster drew explicitly on precedents established by the Titanic inquiries. International cooperation, transparent investigation, and comprehensive reform recommendations all followed patterns established a century earlier. New requirements for passenger safety briefings, improved evacuation procedures, and enhanced bridge resource management reflected the same principle that had emerged from Titanic investigations: that safety required both proper equipment and proper training in its use. The digital age brought new tools for maritime safety that would have seemed like science fiction to investigators of 1912. Global positioning systems provided precise navigation that made getting lost at sea nearly impossible. Satellite communication enabled instant distress calls that could summon help from anywhere in the world. Weather forecasting became sophisticated enough to predict dangerous conditions days in advance, allowing ships to avoid hazards entirely rather than simply responding to them. But the digital age also brought new vulnerabilities requiring constant vigilance. Cyber attacks on ship navigation systems could potentially cause disasters as devastating as any iceberg collision. Increasing automation of ship operations raised questions about whether human skills were being maintained at levels adequate for emergency situations. The complexity of modern ship systems made it difficult for crews to understand all potential failure modes, echoing the overconfidence in technology that had contributed to the Titanic disaster. The environmental movement of the late 20th century added new dimensions to maritime safety concerns. Oil spills from tanker accidents demonstrated that ship disasters could cause damage extending far beyond immediate loss of life and property. The Exxon Valdez grounding in 1989 showed how a single navigation error could contaminate thousands of square miles of ocean and coastline, leading to new safety requirements focused not just on protecting people aboard ships, but on protecting the marine environment from the ships themselves. Climate change brought new challenges to maritime safety that drafters of the original SOLAS Convention could never have anticipated. Melting polar ice opened new shipping routes through previously inaccessible waters, but these routes brought their own dangers from unpredictable ice conditions and extreme weather. Rising sea levels threatened coastal infrastructure and created new hazards for ships entering ports. More frequent and intense storms required ships to be designed and operated for conditions more severe than historical data suggested. The International Maritime Organization responded to these challenges by updating safety requirements and developing new guidelines for polar navigation. The Polar Code, which entered force in 2017, established comprehensive safety and environmental standards for ships operating in Arctic and Antarctic waters. The code reflected the same precautionary principle that had emerged from the Titanic disaster, that new operating environments required new safety measures, developed in advance rather than in response to disasters. The growth of global trade in the late 20th and early 21st centuries created unprecedented volumes of shipping traffic, particularly in critical choke points like the Suez Canal, Panama Canal and Strait of Malacca. The potential for collisions, groundings, and other accidents increased dramatically as these waterways became more congested. The same international cooperation that had produced maritime safety standards was extended to develop traffic separation schemes, vessel traffic services, and other tools for managing safe flow of ships through busy waters. The container revolution that transformed global commerce also created new safety challenges. Container ships grew to enormous sizes, carrying thousands of containers stacked high above deck. The loss of containers overboard became a significant hazard to navigation, with thousands of shipping containers falling into the ocean each year. The environmental and safety implications of this cargo loss required new international agreements and safety standards. The COVID-19 pandemic that began in 2020 provided an unexpected test of international cooperation systems that had emerged from the Titanic disaster. When cruise ships became floating centers of disease transmission, the same principles of international coordination and rapid response that had been developed for maritime safety were applied to public health emergencies. The successful repatriation of thousands of passengers from infected ships demonstrated how effectively the international community could respond to crises when proper systems were in place. The pandemic also highlighted the continuing relevance of the Titanic's lessons about the importance of adequate preparation for foreseeable risks. The cruise industry had not adequately prepared for infectious disease outbreaks, despite clear warnings from public health experts about the vulnerability of ships to rapid disease transmission. The economic and human costs of this lack of preparation echoed the consequences of the maritime industry's failure to prepare adequately for disaster in 1912. As the shipping industry adapted to pandemic conditions, many solutions reflected principles first established after the Titanic disaster. Enhanced health monitoring systems provided early warning of potential problems. Improved ventilation systems reduced risk of disease transmission. Modified emergency procedures ensured that health considerations were integrated into all safety planning. The same systematic approach to identifying and addressing risks that had emerged from Titanic investigations proved effective for managing a completely different type of threat. The increasing automation of maritime operations created new opportunities for improving safety, but also new risks requiring careful management. Automated collision avoidance systems could react faster than human operators, potentially preventing accidents that would have been unavoidable with manual control. But these systems also created new failure modes and required new types of training for ship crews. The development of artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies offered the possibility of even more sophisticated safety systems. Ships could potentially learn from their own experiences and those of other vessels, continuously improving their ability to recognize and respond to dangerous situations. Predictive maintenance systems could identify equipment problems before they caused failures. Advanced weather routing could optimize ship movements for both efficiency and safety. More than a century has passed since that terrible April night, but the lessons of the Titanic continue to echo across the waters of time. What began as humanity's greatest maritime disaster became something far more significant. A catalyst that fundamentally transformed how we think about progress, safety, and our relationship with technology itself. The 1,500 souls who perished in the North Atlantic did not die in vain. Their sacrifice purchased knowledge that has protected millions of travelers in the decades since, creating a legacy of safety that extends far beyond the realm of ships and sea. The transformation was profound and lasting. Before the Titanic, society placed blind faith in technological advancement, believing that bigger meant safer, that newer meant better, that human ingenuity could conquer any challenge nature might present. The disaster shattered that comfortable illusion forever, replacing it with a more mature understanding that progress without preparation is merely sophisticated recklessness, that safety must be designed into every system from the beginning, and that the price of protecting human life is eternal vigilance. Today, when passengers board cruise ships carrying thousands of people, when cargo vessels navigate polar waters opened by climate change, when autonomous ships begin to traverse the oceans, the spirit of those reforms lives on. Every lifeboat drill, every radio watch, every weather warning broadcast by satellite represents a direct line connecting modern travelers to the voices of those who survived that April morning in 1912. Their testimonies became the foundation stones of a safety system that has prevented countless tragedies, proving that even from the depths of disaster, humanity can rise to build something better. The Titanic had promised to be unsinkable, but it became something far more important, the cornerstone of a commitment to making all ships safer for every soul who dares to venture upon the sea. In the end, that may be the most fitting memorial of all.